ها. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all had a hearty breakfast and a restful night after a very long session yesterday. I know the weather feels a lot like staying in bed, but it's a
Yes.
lot to unpack as well today. How are you?
I am good, yeah,
Okay.
and I hope that my short entertainment yesterday helped everyone yesterday, and I hope all of you were entertained, and of course we had a very fruitful sessions
Yes.
yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. So what we're gonna do is there will be a slight change with the program this morning. We'll start first with the plenary four,
Yeah.
and then bring in the recap later on, right? So we will be proceeding with the first plenary of today, but the fourth actual one for this summit. And the topic is about unlocking sustainable finance, which is the climate and ESG funding opportunities for green cities. This session will discuss the crucial role of sustainable finance in empowering green cities as the demand for climate financing exceeds current capacities, innovative financial solutions, and access to new funding sources. Of course, all are imperative.
And our session today will be moderated by Yang Berbahagia Datuk Shireen and Zahara Mohiuddin, a founder and managing director of Corston Smith Asset Management. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause and welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Shireen to the stage. And joining Dr. Shireen will be our panel of speakers. Let's welcome on stage Ms. Alison Woodruff, the Water Security Specialist from the Water and Development Sector Office of the Sectors Group from ADB. Also, we have Dr. Ashita Sharma, the Cities and Climate Change Technical Advisor from UNESCAP, or the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. We also have Mr. Arshad Nouval bin Othman, the Head of Sustainable Finance from CIMB Islamic Bank Berhad. And also Ms. Valeria Ramundo Orlando, who is the partner and co-founder of Green Square Ventures. Let's give a big round of applause to our moderator and speakers, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first session of the morning. As the introducers have spoken a little bit about our panelists, may I just start to just say a little bit more. Alison is the Principal Water Security Specialist and is the Project Administration Head for Southeast Asia and the Pacific for the Asian Development Bank. So welcome, Alison. Dr. Ashita, who is from the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Her focus is on cities and climate change and is the technical advisor for ESCAP, Environment and Development Division. Thank you, Dr. Ashita, for joining us. Alison has flown in from Manila, and Dr. Ashita from Bangkok, and Mr. Arshad, who we all know from CIMB Islamic Bank, and he's in charge of sustainable finance of CIMB Islamic. And finally, Ms. Valeria, and she is the partner and co-founder for Green Square Ventures, and she looks at Equilibrium Climate Capital, which invests in climate adaptive companies and is sector focused. Her sectors are infrastructure, energy, agriculture, water, and health. So in the beginning, we will have each speaker do a presentation for no more than 10 minutes, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce Alison as the first speaker, and her presentation will cover the changing landscape of green projects criteria, including new benchmarks and the qualifying standards for funding. Over to you.
Great, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here this morning and to be part of this panel. So I think just to kick off the presentation, I think many of you are already familiar with ADB, but we are a regional development bank. We have 68 member countries, 49 of which are in Asia and the Pacific, with our headquarters in Manila, Philippines. So what do we do? So under ADB's long-term corporate strategy, Strategy 2030, our vision is to achieve a prosperous, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific, while sustaining efforts to eradicate poverty in the region. So we support projects in our developing member countries that create positive development impacts through public and private sector investment, operations, advisory services, and knowledge support. We have a portfolio of around 112 billion, and in 2023, our new commitments were around 23 billion. Maybe I'll just see if there's a slide. Oh, there's the slide clicker. See if it's working. Oh, yeah, here it goes. Oh, like in the right. Okay. So just to give you an overview of ADB's operations. So the bulk of our operations, around 70% of our operations are focused on sovereign operations. This is government to government financing, ADB to government financing. And this is in the form of sovereign loans, guarantees, and then we also provide what we call grants through our Asia Development Fund to our least developed member countries. We support the private sector. It's around 30% of our operations. We want to get that up to 40% by 2030. But we provide loans and other debt instruments, equity investments, non-sovereign guarantees, and we have, through the Asia Development Fund grants, a private sector window, again, to develop our private sector operations in what are called frontier markets, which are the more challenging environments. We also provide transactions advisory services to support public-private partnerships. And we also provide a range of non-lending services. We provide technical assistance, so this is advisory services, capacity building. We provide financing partnerships. ADB administers a number of trust funds, which are financed by bilateral partners and other partners, as well as we're able to crowd in co-financing. We also provide knowledge services on a range of issues in the water and urban development space, among others. So ADB's water and urban operations are driven by ADB's Strategy 2030 through what we call Operational Priority 4, to make cities more livable. So under this operational priority, we have several pillars. One is to expand coverage, quality and efficiency of urban services in the countries where we work. The second is to strengthen urban planning and financial sustainability. And the third pillar is around urban environmental improvements and climate change and disaster risk resilience. So when considering ADB financing, I thought I would quickly go through the elements we look for when coming in to consider financing an operation. I guess the main one is around value added. So what is the value added of bringing ADB in? And generally there's something, an innovative solution or approach. This could be use of a nature-based solution. So for example, in lieu of supporting in a coastal city standard seawall, maybe it would be financing a solution like beach nourishment with artificial reefs that would have a significant demonstration impact that could be have opportunities for replication around the region. Or it could be promoting integrated approaches, for example, around circular economy, where there's opportunities for wastewater treatment, heat generated from wastewater treatment, to then be used for district heating or to promote, again, energy reuse. Or it could be around creating an enabling environment for private sector participation. There needs to be a significant climate change focus. As you may be aware, ADB has set the ambition of being the region's climate change bank, and we aim to mobilize, under that ambition, $100 billion of our own resources by 2030. And similarly, by 2030, aimed for at least 50% of our financing commitments to be climate finance. So in the urban and water space, we really focus on our work in cities to help those cities transition towards a more climate change resilient, low carbon development path. We also look to have a significant gender equity theme in the operations we support, with gender empowerment being a key priority under our long-term strategy. And then we also ensure that projects adhere to our environmental and social safeguards requirements. So actually, this month, our board just approved our new environmental and social safeguards framework. So that's being implemented from 2026 onwards. And then we also look to demonstrate economic and financial viability in our investments. And I think with Green Cities projects, there are really opportunities to bring in significant co-benefits to get those big economic returns of an investment. That could be through using sponge cities approaches for flood risk reduction, using these nature-based solutions, which not only help promote flood mitigation, but can create more livable spaces, promote sort of public health through more walking, and also biodiversity. So trying to get those co-benefits in Green Cities projects, I think, are quite important. And I'll just very quickly give a couple of examples of the types of projects that I think, demonstrate the projects that we like to support. The first one is from China. It's the Jilin Yangji Low Carbon Climate Resilient Healthy City Project. This was approved in 2020, and ADB provided 130 million in financing. Has quite a strong climate component. Around 80% of financing is tagged as climate finance. And the main component of this project was to support the development of a bus rapid transit system, the first actually in Northeast China. And using a transit-oriented development approach, which aims to promote high-density mixed use around the BRT stations with significant areas for pedestrians to promote active mobility. And again, along those BRT corridors, the project's supporting the development of greenways to first support active mobility, cycling and walking, and then second, to create sponges to support flood mitigation so that the greenways can absorb flood waters if if there's heavy rainfall or river surges. And then the project also aims to support improved water supply and sanitation services. Next is on our private sector. This year we approved a non-sovereign project in Georgia. This was the Georgia Global Utilities issued a 300 million green bond with a 5-year maturity, and the green bond was in compliance with the International Capital Markets Association's green bond principles. ADB provided debt investment of 30 million towards those bonds, and one of the reasons why we got involved was as an anchor investor, so that ADB's role could lend credibility to the bond issue and encourage other local and international investors to also come on board. And the reason why this project has been tagged as 100% climate finance is that the proceeds of the bond will be used to improve and expand the water supply services, which will enhance the climate resilience of target service areas. And then finally, I just wanted to quickly mention ADB's ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility. This aims to support the development of green infrastructure in ASEAN. It's a facility that's owned by 10 ASEAN governments and ADB and managed within ADB. And it aims to accelerate the development of green infrastructure, and does that through more efficient use of public investments to develop bankable projects, as well as to catalyze private sector investment. And it provides full cycle support. The team, which has housed in ADB's Green Finance Hub, provides support for origination of projects, structuring, as well as the downstream financing. And it provides support at several different levels. First, it helps at the policy and strategy level. It can provide support, for example, doing green investment strategies. They do a lot of capacity building. For example, they did a green bond training for Philippines National and Economic and Development Authority. They can provide support for green and climate bond issuing, structuring of PPPs, and then furthermore on the financing as well. They've been able to crowd in and get significant contributions from Green Climate Fund, for example, and other development partners to be able to support projects with significant climate and green components. I see I'm running out of time, so with that, I think that was my last slide anyway. So thank you very much, and happy to discuss anything further during the questions period. Thank you.
Thanks, Alison. I think my first question, which is just out of curiosity, is how does ADB also look at Georgia? I mean, isn't your geographical footprint this part of the world?
So our member countries actually ranges all the way from the Caucasus, so Georgia, Armenia, and Central West Asia, all the way to the Pacific Islands.
So it's a very
so we
broad-
have a very broad region. Yeah.
Okay, got it. I just wondered. And I also wondered whether you could share, I'm not sure if it comes under your scope, but the transition management that you've done in Indonesia on some of their coal plants. Because I
Yeah.
thought that was, it's a it's a big start, and before people can start thinking about the next step, there is something that we also need to address simultaneously.
Yeah, so I think ADB, our energy team, has done a lot of work in the energy sector for Indonesia. One of the big sort of flagship initiatives of ADB has been the energy transition mechanism. And Indonesia is one of the key countries included in this, and this is an initiative to do early retirement of coal-fired power plants,
Right.
to bring those out of services towards, helping Indonesia address its climate ambitions. And we're doing a lot of other support in the energy sector around promotion of renewables, energy efficiency, access to energy, and so on.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think it's wonderful what you guys are doing with that. If I can now move to Dr. Ashita, if you could also continue on the broader scope before we start narrowing it down to talk about, in your presentation, enabling the framework conditions to unlock urban climate finance.
Thank you, Shireen. Thank you all the organizers, all the municipalities who are present here. Salamat pagi, namaskar, good morning, everyone. So, thank you, Alison, for setting up the stage. So, for those who do not know, ESCAP is a regional arm of United Nations. It was established in 1947, and we are looking forward for policy advocacy, foster regional collaboration, and support capacity development for municipalities. And there are several projects which are supporting the project concept development and pre-feasibility studies with respect to different municipalities within Asia and the Pacific. So today I'll be talking about the enabling framework conditions for the climate finance. So before we move ahead, that what are the enabling framework conditions? First, what is the status, why we are blaming the cities or why we are talking only about the cities? So this is the state of affairs with respect to urbanization, that by 2050, about 68% of the global population would be present in the cities, and Asia Pacific will be having the significant increase. And when there is a significant increase in urbanization, definitely there is going to be significant land use changes, significant resource consumption, energy increase. So a lot of changes are going to happen in the cities. Cities are going to be or are at the forefront of climate action. So cities are the problem, but they are the solution also, because tremendous opportunity lies within the city. If the things are done in a right way, we can definitely attain SDGs, have the right climate action, and can attain 1.5 degrees Celsius target that we aim to attain. But of course, cities need finance. A lot of the climate action plans were presented yesterday, and all of them ended to the state that where is the finance, where is the funding? So this is the latest report of Cities and Climate Finance Leadership Alliance, the State of Cities Climate Finance Report published in 2024 by CCFLA. And this is the situation that the gap is huge. Although Asia and the Pacific, when I am referring Asia and Pacific, I'm referring to the member states which are present within the ESCAP domain. So this data is with respect to the countries which are present in ESCAP domain. So we have, Asia Pacific has received a significant amount of climate finance in the 2022-2021. But if we look it closer, there is one country which is having a significant economic growth, and most of the climate finance is going to that country. And if we remove China from the statistics, rest of the countries in Asia and Pacific are getting only 19% of the global finance, which is a huge gap. Now, what is the problem? So cities do have the projects we have seen yesterday. Development banks do have the funds to some extent, or there are private financiers, there are other financiers also, but still the projects do not move forward. Still there is a gap. So to address this gap, there are certain regional cooperation which has to come into play, or which has to foster the cooperation or matchmaking between the financial institutions and the municipalities or the national governments so that the projects can move ahead. And there is one project which SCAP is currently working on, which I am supporting, that is Urban Act project. And the Urban Act project is supporting the cities for the matchmaking process for sustainable urban development. And I think there is some, I think I missed one of the slide here. So just to give you a brief overview about Urban Act. Urban Act is a 5-year project funded by Germany's International Climate Initiative. And it is getting into 5 pilot countries: China, India, Indonesia, Thailand, and the Philippines. And with CIMT collaboration, it's also working in Malaysia. And the 2 cities in Malaysia, that is Kota Baru and Kulang, they had been supported currently by one of our output, and their feasibility reports or the project for the pre-feasibility studies for solid waste management has been submitted to Cities and Climate Finance Gap Fund and has been approved also. So Urban Act is doing the things in that way, and one of the output expected from Urban Act is to support the project concept development. So when we are supporting the project concept development, what we have realized that there is not, in the case of multi-level governance systems, there is often inconsistent policies, there is often fragmented responsibilities, and often missing legal frameworks which can support the access to climate finance. So the enabling framework conditions which can facilitate the climate finance is missing in case of multi-level governance. So it is important that cities work towards that enabling framework conditions, and in line with that, Urban Act has developed the tools to assess the gaps between the cities and national governments, or to assess the gaps in the policies which can be addressed later on, and eventually the access to the climate finance can be improved. There are 2 tools that we have developed. One is the assessment of national framework conditions, and another one is assessment of subnational framework conditions. National framework condition tool can be used as it is, as a standalone tool, but for subnational assessment, both of them, the national assessment should also be carried out. And currently these tools are being piloted in all of the 5 countries, all 5 Urban Act countries. Malaysia, since it is not directly linked with Urban Act, it is linked through CIMT. It is not, these tools are not being implemented in Malaysia as of now, but for all other pilot countries, it is being implemented. And the India report has been published. We were able to identify some gaps in the policy coherence or some gaps in the data availability in India, and eventually the improvement can be made in that regard. So this is how the tools can move ahead. We will assess the policies, climate data, budget implications, horizontal and vertical integration, identify the gaps, and after a few years, assess again after suggesting the improvements, and then they can be implemented. So these are the overview of the tools that it will cover climate policy. What happens in most of the cases that city level action plan is not very well coherent with the national action plan or the national priorities. Now it becomes difficult in that case if the coherence between the national and the subnational government is not there. It becomes difficult to assess the climate finance. Now, if the climate policy is at the place and there are no budget provisions or there are no financial provisions in line, again, it is very difficult to access the climate finance. Apart from that, if there is no data available, no baseline data available, again, there is difficulty in assessing the climate finance. For example, I will not name the cities. For some of the cities, when we were supporting the projects, they had not much data about what type of waste is there if it is a solid waste management project, or the data was very old. And in that case, we cannot carry out pre-feasibility study, we cannot move ahead with the project pipeline. So all type of climate data, whichever project you want to support, that data should be available, regularly validated and monitored. So climate data or any other type of data which is required for the co-benefits of climate action also, and vertical and horizontal integration. So integration between different levels of governance as well as among all stakeholders. Yesterday, a lot of municipalities, especially Penang, was talking about the community role in development of green action plans. Now, if the policy is not supporting the importance of community role, it becomes very challenging to get everything into action. So integration with respect to the policy benefits, with respect to the legal frameworks is very important. Bring academia, bring civil society or community into the policy, into the legal frameworks, and that's when everything gets into action. So these are the four domains of, you can say, assessment of enabling framework conditions which can support the climate action or which can support the climate finance. So this was the toolkit overview, which the tools that we have published. These tools are available at open source. You can always download them using this QR code, or you can email us, we can send it to you. And if any city wishes, cities cannot directly approach for the assessment, but if the national government wishes, they can always approach ESCAP for the same. So this is all. I think I have few seconds left. So this is all from my side. Thank you, everyone. So in the end, Sarvaloka Hitam, that means when we are planning, we need to think about all stakeholders and all species of biodiversity, benefit of all. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashita. I was just wondering if you could give us an example when you talked about assessment of national framework conditions versus assessment of subnational framework conditions, just so that we can get some idea of what exactly you mean.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So why these two tools are different? Thank you for asking this. I purposely did not include this in my presentation because of the time constraints. So national framework conditions is what the central or the national government is doing with respect to the policies or with respect to the budgets. And when we are talking about the subnational framework conditions, it is what is the city level conditions are. For example, if the national government is having a priority towards one sector, maybe it is transport for the 5-year planning, but the city government is submitting the project related to waste or maybe some other sector, then there is lack of coherence between the two types of planning. So this is a kind of assessment that we are talking, that the policies are consistent with the national and subnational government, and the budget allocation is also consistent when we are talking about the national and subnational assessment. When I'm referring subnational governments, I'm referring to the regional government or the provincial government, as well as the local government of the particular city. So these both are coming into the subnational domain, and the national government, for example, the India report is now on the website, although Indonesia report is also complete, but it will take few days to be on the website. So in India, we were, I'll not pinpoint the gaps, but we were able to identify the strategies, or we were able to identify the policy loopholes, maybe you can say, or maybe the loopholes in the budget, which can be addressed, which are not very major, and maybe, see, to develop a new policy, it will take a lot of time. But at least to some of the extents, if there is a gap in the budget planning, if there is a gap in some sectoral planning, that can be addressed once the loopholes are identified with respect to coherence. India, although is having Niti Aayog set up at the center, so it is promoting a lot of vertical integration, but still for the budget and financial aspects, there are some loopholes which can still be addressed. So national and subnational, subnational assessment cannot be done alone. It has to be in line with the national assessment, but national assessment can be done as a standalone assessment.
Thank you, Dr. Ashita. Have there ever been situations where your agency has actually gone into a government to try and align it? Because clearly when I hear what you're saying, that you need to have some sort of coherence, has there ever been a time when you've actually been able to guide them to say, look, you need to be speaking to each other more?
Yeah, see, ESCAP or any of the regional agency, we are policy advocacy institutions, or we are just promoting regional cooperation. It depends on the national government. We can advise them, we can cooperate with them, we can suggest them what is being done in another city or another country. Rest, of course, it depends on the national priorities.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to start streaming down a little bit narrower. So it gives me great pleasure to speak to Arshad from CIMB. And you're going to be talking a little bit about the sustainable finance at CIMB. So perhaps you could share your presentation.
Sure. So while waiting for the slides to come up, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. My name is Arshad. I'm the head of sustainable finance at CIMB Islamic. So what we do at CIMB Islamic, since we are a subsidiary of CIMB Group, is aligned to CIMB Group's sustainability agenda and policies. Before I get into my presentation, I think the two previous panelists set the stage. I'd like to answer a question or perhaps a call that Dr. Ashita mentioned earlier, the call from municipalities with regards to funding, right? So I'll answer it based on the three things that Dr. Ashita also laid out nicely in her presentation, that being policy, budget, and data. So 2 weeks ago, I spoke on a panel. Again, Keshav, ICLEI, I see you over there in the audience. So Keshav of the ICLEI drove a panel session on the 12th of November in Baku at the Malaysia Pavilion, and thank you for inviting me to speak. And thankfully, before our panel session, we were preceded by the Secretary General of Petra, or the Ministry of Energy Transition and Water Transformation. And when asked what is the role of government, he said policy consistency, right? And that's where I reiterated it during the panel session, whereby the Green City Action Plans, which was launched by ICLEI in partnership with ADB as well as IMTGT, the Green City Action Plans provide policy clarity on the funding requirements of the cities with regards to ESG. So that's number one with regards to policy. Number two, with regards to budget, in my view, again, my previous role was in public sector client coverage. When it comes to lending to municipalities, the credit risk of the municipalities is the government of Malaysia credit risk. So from a credit risk perspective, no issue. So it's more of whether or not the municipalities like our pricing. Now, beyond that, the ability to borrow really depends on the federal government and the current movement on fiscal consolidation in view of our debt to GDP ratio. So I think it's not a matter of availability of funding from the capital markets or the banking system. It actually goes back to the ability for the federal government to borrow, because what is borrowed at municipality level and state government level is all rolled up to federal level, and hence contributing to our debt to GDP ratio, which then contributes, again, from a banker's perspective, the credit rating of the country, right? So that's policy, that's budget. Third, with regards to data, nationally determined contributions, NDC. So given the limited fiscal space, it's up to the government to maximize the bang for the buck, right? For every ringgit that you borrow, you have to maximize the GHG emissions reductions, right? So for 1 ringgit, you have to choose between projects that reduce 1 ton of carbon dioxide versus maybe 5 tons of carbon dioxide. So the point that I'm trying to make is, again, Dr. Ashita, you presented it very nicely. You know, it's about policy, budget, and data. Because banks like CIMB, given that we understand the national agenda and that we support, of which I'll start in my first slide, you know, we will be there with the funding and the banking solutions. So again, give us the policy clarity, including on the budget as well as the GHG direction. Okay, with that, I'll go on to my opening slide with regards to CIMB's sustainability commitment. So you would see at the top that our aspiration is to be a sustainability leader in ASEAN, because we are an ASEAN bank that is headquartered in Malaysia. And we objectively measure ourselves using the S&P Global Corporate Sustainability Assessment. So we aim to be in the top quartile by the end of the year. Again, thankfully, we achieved that position as at the end last year. Now, at CIMB, there are 3 pillars when it comes to our sustainability commitment. So as you can see, there's climate change, responsible banking, and social impact. So for climate change, we have announced the net zero commitment for Scope 1 and Scope 2, that being our operations, by 2030, and net zero GHG by 2050. So this is aligned with Malaysia's commitment in the Paris Agreement to be net zero by 2050. Now, with regards to responsible banking, two parts: minimizing harm and maximizing positive impact. So for minimizing harm, we plan to exit coal by 2040, so slightly earlier than the government of Malaysia by 2044. And we have also introduced a no deforestation, no peat, and no exploitation commitment, especially within the agriculture space, specifically palm oil, to ensure that we can continue to support export markets. Now, with regards to maximizing positive impact, our commitment is to mobilize 100 billion in sustainable finance by 2024, again, supporting the national agenda towards achieving the net zero goal by 2050. Last but not least, we also don't forget social impact. So we have committed 150 million of corporate social responsibility investments over 5 years, so that's 30 million a year. And of course, we get our employees to be a part of giving back to society, hence the commitment on volunteer hours, 100,000 annually as well. All right, now the focus on supporting green cities, two parts. Again, I'll focus on the maximizing positive impact because it relates to funding as central to this conversation. So if you were to go all the way down to the bottom of maximizing positive impact, at CIMB we define it through our green, social, sustainable impact products and services. So that will be the focus of my presentation today. So here, I know it's a busy slide. It's an extract of key points from our sustainable finance framework. There are two takeaways for the audience, and that being the two types of sustainable finance instruments. So there's use of proceeds and there's sustainability linked. Now, for use of proceeds, simply put, for every ringgit that we lend to the borrower, it has to be used for green, social, sustainable purposes. So that's where you would see in the Venn diagram as well as the blow-up, you would see sectors over there such as green buildings, such as green transportation, renewable energy, energy efficiency, etc. So again, we have already defined what the green, social, and sustainable use of proceeds are. Number two, sustainability linked. So for this one, every ringgit lent, the borrower can use it for any purpose. However, the bank will attach what is called a sustainability performance target. And this would be decarbonization, for example. So annually, the borrower will have to meet decarbonization targets towards the end or up to the maturity of the facility. And if the borrower meets the target for that given year, we will give an interest rate, or in Islamic terms, a profit rate rebate. Now, here is more on what we do at CIMB from a fundraising perspective to show how we are committed to the use of proceeds. So that's where when we issue bonds and sukuk, you can see that SDG 9, it's on green buildings. So you would see the blue dotted box over there. We specify what the standards are with regards to green building. Again, CIMB being a regional bank, we refer to the local, regional, as well as international standards, which constitutes whatever green buildings are defined to be. Now, we also don't forget the social side of cities, which would be affordable housing. So again, supporting SDG 10. So you would see over there, again, in the blue dotted box, we define what affordable housing is based on what the local governments define. So in Malaysia, they would be the B40 that earn a certain income level, and the price of the property cannot exceed 500,000. So again, cities, central to them are people living and working in them. Yes, we focus on the green, we don't forget the social. Now, at CIMB, the key point to this is we have all the use of proceeds and sustainability-linked products, be it for green and social, for all customer segments, so corporates, SMEs, and individuals. So one thing I'd like to stress here is on the individual side, we have products, and you heard me talk about affordable housing. On the green side, we have the green mortgages as well as electric vehicle financing. So again, across all customer segments, corporates, SMEs, and individuals, we have all the types of products for E and S, or environmental and social. Now, this to provide success stories. So this one is on the corporate space. So you can see for ProNet is actually supporting or providing financing for Proton to bring in the smart electric vehicles. So again, supporting green cities. Now, on the other side, CapitaLand, again, Singapore, because we are a regional bank. So this one is sustainability linked. The way we tiered the sustainability performance targets, we actually set two tiers, gold rating and platinum rating. So if CapitaLand were to achieve the higher rating being platinum, they would get a higher interest rate rebate. And that was the case. So CapitaLand, they achieved the higher rating, which is the platinum rating, and so they got a higher interest rate rebate from CIMB. Now that is in the corporate space. We also have examples for the SME space under our Green Biz Ready. So perhaps I'll focus on Lim Kuat Lim Kim Huat Holdings first because we use a low carbon transition facility for green building development. So again, this one is a use of proceeds instrument. Now we also have two other examples to the side of Lim Kim Huat Holdings. So if you're to look right beside iHandal, which is energy efficiency, again, retrofitting cities in order to become more energy efficient, contributing to less GHG emissions. We also use a high-tech and green facility, use of proceeds facility, not forgetting that some cities have airports, so supporting airplanes. We also have finance using a use of proceeds instrument, sustainable aviation fuel. So again, at CIMB, we have all the products for all customer segments. The banking facilities are on standby. Just let us know what your requirements are. So to further the conversation, that's my contact information, and I look forward to the Q&A with the moderator.
Thank you very much, Arshad. I just wanted to ask you, okay, so I've, over the years, have met banks where they've had to address lending to certain sectors. And it's a very difficult conversation because times change. And what may be, exciting today, 10 years later is not exciting. It's also deemed as not acceptable. What has CIMB done when they are, they're already lending to a group, and the group now doesn't fall into this category, whether it's ESG, whether it's sustainable? How are you approaching that?
Thanks for the question, Datuk Shirin. So I think from a green cities perspective, it's not controversial because renewable energy, energy efficiency, green buildings, and green transportation or electric vehicles, I think that's less controversial. So I think the supply of financing would be continuous in that. I think the more controversial one for Malaysia, although slightly off tangent for green cities, but again, the supply of energy is still based on fossil fuel, right? So fossil fuel is a controversial topic for Malaysia because our economy does depend on fossil fuel, be it Petronas or Tenaga Nasional Berhad. So two things: what has CIMB done from a policy perspective as well as client engagement perspective? So from a policy perspective, we have a white paper that we published called the Net Zero White Paper, and it has 6 sectors, one of which is oil and gas and another of which is real estate. Hence, before we publish the white paper, we already have the capabilities in order to support the transition for these 6 sectors. Now, with regards to client engagement, as I said earlier, with regards to green cities, it's less controversial, so it's easier. So I'll pick the more controversial one, being oil and gas. It's about understanding the policy direction. We cannot pull a handbrake on Petronas. We cannot pull a handbrake on coal power plants at TNB. So for us at CIMB, yes, we do both the policy as well as the engagement. So that's where we are continuously in discussions with Petronas and TNB with regards to their transition pathways in order to make sure that we support them, because not only do the national determined contributions depend on Petronas and TNB, but the gross domestic product depends on Petronas and TNB as well.
Sure. Actually, I was going a little bit not so broad, but for example, for buildings, let's say you have clients who are still building buildings, but they don't want to build green buildings. How do you approach that as your emphasis is that you want to have green cities? So some banks that I know, they've actually had to have a policy decision, as we've been discussing, that they're just not going to fund it. And some of them have had to actually let those clients go. So I was just wondering, what was your take? What are you seeing in the industry? Are they actually pushing clients to try and adopt it? Or are they saying, look, we'll just keep funding you and it's up to you to when you're going to come up and move to becoming green?
Understood. So for green cities or green buildings in particular, it's not like fossil fuel where we will exit. We will not exit funding traditional buildings, right? So that's point number 1. Point number 2, with regards to incentives, so use of proceeds and sustainability linked. So you heard me say earlier, for example, the Lim Kim Huat Holdings example, using the low carbon transition facility. Again, this is a beautiful blended finance instrument from Bank Negara Malaysia, whereby it's 50% funded by BNM, 50% funded by the participating commercial bank, and then there's an option to include a guarantee from SJPP. right? So again, it's a beautiful blended finance instrument at a competitive rate at a lower risk. So that is something that we offer to our customers. And the other one, I mean, you heard me talk about the one with Capital Land. We offer interest rate and profit rate rebates.
Okay.
So again, that is how we incentivize the market, because green buildings is not like fossil fuel whereby there's a hard exit. Now, the challenge with green buildings is not a matter of what the banks are doing, but whether or not there's customer demand for the premium, right? Because when it comes to green buildings, what we hear from the players is there's a premium when it comes to constructing green buildings. Is there enough customer demand? Right? Because on the customer demand side, we also offer green mortgages, which have preferential rates. But the take-up on that is still subject on the affordability of the green homes, the affordability of the green buildings. So I think the availability of funding is there. The incentives are in place with regards to pricing, but we can't change customer demand with regards to affordability.
Okay, great. Then that's really very useful. Thank you. Okay, so now we're at the fourth presentation, which is Miss Valeria. If you could take us through your presentation, please.
Hi. Okay. Good morning, everybody. And thank you so much to the organizers for inviting us. I want to ask a question to everybody in the audience. How many of you have experienced flooding? Can I see a show of hands, please? How many of you were here when the Klang River Valley flooded? How many of you have family members that had damages from the flooding? Thank you. That's what I thought. How many of you have experienced extreme heat? Thank you. Okay, so now this sets up what we're going to be discussing today. Green Square Ventures, which I co-founded a few years ago, together with 3 other partners, we created the first climate adaptation fund that will be investing in ASEAN, purposely for looking at how we mitigate the risk to communities and to cities. In ASEAN, specifically, our focus is going to be Malaysia and Indonesia on flooding and extreme heat. Because extreme heat and flooding are a huge risk to the development of the economy of ASEAN. Malaysia and Indonesia are leading. Malaysia is leading in GDP growth in ASEAN. It's showing in Asia record numbers of attracting investments, economic growth, expansion of value chain. In a few years, all of that can be gone if we are not prepared. And as the show of hand of the audience has shown, we've already all experienced the consequences of what today we called climate shocks. One of the things, we didn't want to really depress you, but my team decided that it was a good thing to set the stage, to really understand what we're facing. When you have a great economic growth, what is the greatest risk? And so as investors, we're also looking at climate risk, because many of our countries now, including Malaysia, we have to, for public traded company, we have to record our climate exposures. Our climate exposure risk to our value chains, to our assets, and to our subsidiaries. So I wanted, after yesterday, I have to say I've been incredibly impressed by the work that has been done by every single municipality that has been engaged and has been presented here yesterday, and I hope to see more today. But what I've been impressed by is this conscience of understanding that there is a need not only to green, but also to adapt. I was very impressed because this is the first time that I see so many mayors being truly concerned with the risks that their community is facing. And we've seen conversations and discussions about the need of floodgates and flood prevention and seawalls. There is a lack of understanding, though, from every single presentation yesterday on how to drive financing to these projects that are prioritized. So when we set up Equilibrium Climate Capital, what we decided is that our entire investment strategy was going to be dependent on the national climate adaptation plans. When we met with Malaysia last year, we started realizing the development of the National Climate Adaptation Plan and the desire from government entities and your ministries to really push forward this conversation and to dig deep into what the priorities for the countries are was probably the most advanced in ASEAN, and I can say almost in the world, since many countries are not there yet. So the recent floodings in Malaysia have triggered not a reaction to fix the damages, but a reaction to fix the problem and future-proof the country towards what the potential damages and what the potential risks are going to be. So one of the things that I wanted to do with this slide, and I'm going to go fast because I see I only have 5.5 minutes, is something following all the presentations that we've had today about what are the financings available. So thank you so much for discussing about credit financing, and he literally fits in one of the things. We looked at the presentations that have been done in this summit, and we looked at water management, EV charging stations, solar, waste energy plants, electric and hydrogen buses. It was something that was everywhere. Weathering of mass transit system is one of my favorites. Floodgates and seawalls. So how can they be financed? For all the mayors out there and all the investors that are here today. So we can look at PPPs, which is a very common way of financing, but also very adapt for certain type of financing. Let's say like EV charging station, that's an easy private-public partnership. You can have also direct investments. You have direct investments from, let's say, real estate developers that see that something that the community can provide is of interest to their future development in the area. Project financing, banks, CIMB does that. Standard Chartered does that as well. There's a lot of regional banks that will create a consortium of investors that can come in and finance the projects that you have. Bonds, either localized bonds, but the conversation about debt capacity and credit rating is very important and creates certain challenges. But there are certain large projects that can definitely be financed by government bonds, and then the use of proceeds can go down to the communities. Asset managers can come in and can look at opportunities to directly invest, or loans. Credit, there's positive and negatives, but one of the most important things that is still lacking in all of the projects is true feasibility analysis for the project's viability. And if you really want to attract investments, you need to have a feasibility analysis that shows who the partners are going to be in that project and how you're going to drive private capital in. The private capital is ready to step in, but it needs a little bit more information than a one-pager. So looking at partners to help you create feasibility analysis, that will help a lot drive more funding in and also allowing for more credit to come available. Policy at the national level, which is something that has been repeated, is essential. But we are seeing that that is actually moving forward. We are going to be on the side of the PE funds. We are private equity funds. So what we are looking at is specifically companies that will actually execute the projects. So we buy companies that can then produce the floodgates and so on. So what we focus on, and I'm going to be very careful about time, is we work on 3 pillars. One is resilient and sustainable infrastructure. One of them is social inclusion, which is water, agriculture, gender, health. Health is one of the huge aspects of climate adaptation. Our hospitals are not prepared for what is coming in terms of climate shocks and diseases, as we have also seen with COVID. Health and education, and education. Education is very important in terms of partnerships and upskilling the workforce and creating new jobs and creating new capabilities. And the last and not least is renewable energy, but from an adaptive perspective. How do we provide energy to areas that have been impacted by a climate shock? This is very quickly, because it's a little bit more complex and I am running out of time. in the case of a floodgate system, this is showing what are the actors, what are the pieces of the project that needs to be addressed in order to actually execute a floodgate system. There's more than one company that will execute the project. And there's more than one layer of investment opportunity for private capital to come in to support you in your execution of your project. Oops, sorry. I'm going to. So, in 1 minute, how do we actually execute these projects? Because one of the things that has also been discussed in this panel is we have a lack of capacity on the ground of these companies not really knowing how to build resilient and adaptive structures. So what we do is we bring in, one of our fund partners is Bechtel, which is a large infrastructure company, and we bring 44,000 engineers with different set of skills to bring in the best in class for resilience. And what that means is our interest that we're building in ASEAN is from academia to schooling and to upskilling the workforce to make sure that we're future-proofing communities. And so the regions and at the state level and at the community level, we're raising above employment skills and the skills of people to be able to be ready for a future economy. And I believe that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alison, if we start the questions, can you start to talk about the new criteria or benchmarks that cities must meet to qualify for sustainable financing, and how these standards impact project viability?
Thank you. I'll pivot that a little bit to, what do MDBs, like multilateral development banks for ADB, look at? And we've heard a lot of these criteria in the presentations today. I mean, the big climate focus, and then also, if cities are looking at borrowing, the credit worthiness aspects, as well as the environmental and social safeguards aspects that MDBs such as ADB really insist on for our projects. I guess one of the issues is, first of all, identifying what are the right projects, as well as how to enhance the capacity of cities to finance their projects. So ADB, from our side, it's not just looking at the projects or investments themselves, but really the upstream. So first of all, we do a lot of work looking at upstream climate change diagnostics. We support, as you've heard, Green City action plans, where you look at what are the fundamental urban development challenges compounded with the climate risks to identify a pipeline of strong climate-focused investments, but then also looking at the capacity to undertake those investments. So looking ideally, cities will transition from heavy reliance on, say, national government grants and move across the spectrum to be able to access more commercial financing. And I think that's where MDBs can play a role. And that's where we look to a role to help work with cities as long-term partners to achieve that. So I think, yes, those are some of the considerations we look at as MDBs when financing investments. Thanks.
And then do you actually come out and support cities to meet these requirements?
Yeah, so we do provide technical assistance, and we work with a number of cities across Asia, the Pacific, to look at how they can undertake critical investments to support urban development and build climate resilience, promote low carbon development. So that we try to engage on a long-term basis, recognizing this takes time. So some cities we've been working with, it's been a period of more than 20 years to slowly build capacity over time.
I think that's one of the comments about the ADB, right, is be patient, because it takes a long time. Right, I mean, as a panel, I wasn't sure whether you wanted to try and see whether we could come to some narrowing on how can actually the FIs, the capital markets, the banks, the various players actually drive city initiatives. through ESG funding or innovative financing models. Does anybody want to try and see how can we actually pull this together? Because, you know, sometimes when you have so many different players, it's quite hard to pull it together. And you have people going in different directions. I think that, you know, some of the failings of COP has been that, trying to get them to kind of narrow down, trying to get people to be on the same page. So for cities, you know, clearly the message today is we need policies, they're dependent on federal level. How can we actually pull some of these initiatives or ideas closer together within FIs, capital markets, banks, private investors? Not sure who'd like to start with this conversation.
Yeah, thank you. I think I can talk more related to the city perspective or the project perspective. And Alison, maybe you can then talk about what are the banks or the financial institutions are looking forward. So for the city's perspective, when we are thinking about a project concept and we are thinking about the financial institutions, definitely there is a lack of matchmaking as it has been addressed, but there are regional cooperative agencies, there are regional initiatives which are working towards that matchmaking concepts, or they are developing those matchmaking concepts. But beyond that, if the cities are developing the projects considering the sustainability and minimizing the risk, as well as the project is having the holistic approach towards climate action or maybe other co-benefits of climate action, then the chances, or you can say getting the innovative financing or getting the private players into the picture is more. Because if the risks are minimized and the project is sustainable, when I'm talking about the sustainability of the project, it is that after a point of time, the project can run on its own. So that's when these innovative financing can come into picture. And if it is a model which is based on circular economy, or if it is a model based on any risks, natural risk, as well as any other risk which is due to the inconsistencies in policies or which is due to the lack of availability of the data, if that is minimized, that increases the predictability of the project. And if the predictability of the project is increased, eventually it can reach to the financial institutions. They feel more safe while investing in the project.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. Alison, did you want to go for it before the bankers?
Just very quickly, I think it comes down to having a coherent plan and strategy. I mean, there's so many different interest types of financing. So if you have a coherent vision and plan behind that to tie it all together, I think that's critically important.
Ashad?
Okay, when it comes to bringing all the players together, so for the financial sector in Malaysia, we have what is called the JC3, or the Joint Committee on Climate Change, which is chaired by Bank Negara Malaysia and Securities Commission. So that is how the financial sector in Malaysia is coming together in order to address sustainability as a whole. One theme of which is green industrial parks, which is applicable for green cities. So BNM and SC are leading the way with regards to bringing all the players together, be it the capital markets or the banking system.
Thank you. Valeria, any comments?
Yes, of course, thank you. So what we have specifically in climate adaptation is that we realize that we need to partner not only with governments and municipalities and regional governments, but also with other financial players. It's not something that we can do on our own. So what we have, we're talking to Khazanah, and we're looking at what their priority list in their investments are in climate adaptive companies. We're also talking to Petronas. We're talking to a series of local and regional banks. And that is to create partnerships, because we've recognized that the need, specifically in adaptation, specifically to future-proof communities and also greening communities, requires a number of players. So this is extremely disruptive in finance, by the way. We usually don't play together. We don't play well in the same sandbox. We are always extremely competitive with each other because in the end, there is revenue and a return that we're looking for. In adaptation, we have to change that mindset completely. And so what we've done with Equilibrium is we brought in different financial players to become partners under one fund. And our LPs are all financial institutions. because they're all geared to trying to figure out how do we solve this and how do we also create a new market. So at this stage, we're all looking for partnerships.
Can I add to this?
Yes,
Yeah.
of course. Go
So
ahead.
just on the note on partnerships for the city level also, because there were a few cities who were mentioning about the ticket size projects which do not get funded because the amount is so small and there is no funding available for those projects. So for them also there is a regional cooperation required so that the collective projects can be submitted by the collaboration between the two cities or maybe the transboundary projects like IMTGT is working on. So in that case, the ticket projects can be increased to the large size projects, and eventually the fundings can be assessed. CIMT in collaboration with ESCAP is working on developing these ticket size projects into large size projects by clubbing the municipalities together. So partnership between the cities is also required in that case.
So, Dr. Ashita, if we could just talk about some of the challenges that cities are facing when assessing climate finance. Could you share any of your thoughts on that?
I've already discussed that in my presentation. So the major challenge is the policy inconsistency and the lack of integration between vertical governance or the multi-level governance. So this is a major challenge. Of course, capacities are required, institutional and the financial capacity at the city and national level. But beyond that, integration and policy inconsistency is the major challenge. And to address this, why we have developed these tools is, in most of the cases, it is very difficult to even identify the gaps. So unless we have a structured tool which can identify the gaps between the inconsistency of the policies or between the different aspects related to the enabling framework conditions or what are the challenges, then it is challenging. So mainly it is multi-level governance, integration and policy inconsistency.
I suppose that the one area that we haven't really spoken about, Arshad, is on specifically Islamic finance. Islamic finance often is an exclusion approach because of certain requirements. You know, you can't have debt, you can't have, or certain levels of debt. So with some of these projects, which are very highly indebted, maybe you could share some of your ideas of what CIMB is doing in this space.
Thanks for that question, Dato. So I'll go back to BNM and Securities Commission. So in 2017, Bank Negara Malaysia introduced what is called the Value-Based Intermediation, or VBI. And it was the fastest way that BNM could inject sustainability into the banking system at that time. And Islamic banks were the ones who founded it and executed it. So one founding member was CIMB Islamic. What is VBI? Simply put, it is ESG and Maqasid al-Sharia, or the objectives of the Sharia, of which the 5 certain people in the audience may know. Now, last year in November of 2023, that's where, in my opinion, the Securities Commission did a great job at laying out the 15 principles of the Maqasid Sharia for the financial sector within the Maqasid al-Sharia guidance. So when it came to me mapping what we do at CIMB Islamic versus the 15 principles, when it comes to environmental or social, that's a given. We're doing it already. One thing unique about Islamic finance is the Islamic social finance instruments. So that would be the zakat, which is your mandatory alms, your waqaf, which is your endowment, as well as your sadaqah, in other words, your donation. So I think in green cities development, just like how in the energy transition, you talk about a just transition being inclusive, I think green cities should also have a just transition of being inclusive, because we can't forget about urban poverty. So the way we do it at CIMB, because we cannot change the price of green cement and hence affect the affordability of a green home, what we can do is support the B40 in increasing their livelihoods through micro-entrepreneurship programs. So one example of which we use the endowment concept or the waqaf, temporary waqaf for a year, a motorcycle for a person to start his or her livelihood through delivering with Food Panda. But over that 1 year, building the skills as a micro-entrepreneur, so that way after the 1 year, yes, we give the motorcycle to them. However, we would expect or we would hope that they are ready to be micro entrepreneurs to take their income levels beyond what they would earn from being a food panda delivery rider. So again, Islamic finance, what's unique is the Islamic social finance instruments, and I think the industry is looking into how we can use those instruments to make sure that the transition is inclusive.
And can I just push you a little bit further on that? And how about with the other Islamic nations? Because as you know, we have different schools. So I'm just curious, are you able to also encourage them to have a common plan on adopting, ESG or city financing?
Okay, so with regards to other geographies, so I think within ASEAN we're fairly okay, right? Because aside from Malaysia, CIMB Islamic has Islamic banking businesses in Indonesia and Singapore. So we're okay. I think I'll go straight to the GCC countries. So the Association of Islamic Banking and Financial Institutions Malaysia, IBIM, equivalent over there is CIBAFI, CIBAFI. I can't remember what it is. My apologies to the audience. I think Google can help me there. But they are similar in their position with regards to sustainability, with regards to the uniqueness of Islamic social finance. So last year they had issued for reference, GHG emissions reporting, right? Of which, I mean, going back to what Dr. Ashita was mentioning on data, if we were to look at green cities, it has to be tied to decarbonization. So I think the Islamic finance industry as a whole, not just in the main markets in ASEAN, but also the GCC, will align with regards to what we need to do in sustainability, both on the environmental as well as the social side. And that one is regardless of school of thought.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. As we're going to be running out of time, I just wondered if there were any last statements from Alison. Have you anything that you'd like to share with the audience?
Yeah, maybe just thank you very much. Final closing. Yeah, I think it's, the issue of finance is critical to building green cities, climate resilient, low carbon cities in the region. But I think, as we heard, there's a number of tools, and I think it's important, MDBs and upstream and working on the enabling environment, looking to build credit worthiness, and I think that can unlock a lot of financing then to put into investments. Thank you.
Dr. Ashita?
Yeah, so just the last statement that projects do not make great cities. It is the consistent policies, strategic planning, and institutional capacity that will make the cities great, or that will do the right things for the cities.
Thank you. Asha?
We have all the products available to channel funding into sustainability, including for green cities. So of course, it's subject to credit approval. That being said, for municipalities under the government of Malaysia, I think the bargaining power is on your side because you have CIMB competing with the other large local banks. So again, we're on standby and we look forward to working with you.
Valeria, any last statements?
Thank you. We will be partnering with IMTGT, so we will be working with all of you, and we're very excited for that. But that also means ask questions, and anything else that you need, we'll be able to at least provide advice on what the steps forward are so that you can execute your programs and achieve your goals in greening your cities and making them more resilient and adaptive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just as a quick wrap up, the words that I keep on hearing today is policy, 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 and also making sure you have data, making sure you have updated data, and then of course the big question on budget, and the focus on the credit ratings at the national level. The debt ratios is critical for cities to get funding, and also for communities to get together so that they can help feed down the funding to the smaller developments or projects. So with that, I'd like to thank the audience, for the audience to thank the panel for this very informative session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Shireen, and may we now invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk and also the panelists for a group photograph before we move on to the next plenary session.
Yes. The next plenary session for today, and the fifth one of this conference, is coming up, and it will be about how startups are driving the Green Cities revolution and how it is innovating sustainability and navigating EBAM.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we'll be starting the plenary right after this. We won't be having any break because we're going to have a longer lunch. Yes. Good idea? Yes?
Much
Yeah.
better.
So we're going to go straight to the next plenary. Thank you very much, Yamabagi Dr.
Thank you
Shireen.
very much, ma'am. Thank you to all our speakers. Best of luck. You're welcome. We now continue with Plenary 5. And this session will be highlighting how startups are pioneering innovative solutions that reshape urban living, leading the way towards sustainable and resilient cities. It will also explore how startups help cities navigate frameworks like the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Our moderator for this session is Mr. Robert Shi, General Manager of YC Holdings. And our esteemed speakers are Mr. Eric Chan, Chief Public Mission Officer of Cyberport, Dr. Jürgen Landgrebe, Head of Division 5, Climate Protection, Energy, German Emissions Trading Authority, Mr. M.U. Pathma, Treasurer of the Malaysia Internet of Things Association, Mr. Wayne Lim, Group Chief Editor of Malaysia SME Media Group, Associate Professor Dr. Izian Idris, who is the Head of the Department of Marketing Strategy and Innovation, Sunway Business School, and Ms. Philippe Alium, did I pronounce it right? Regional Sales Director of Southeast Asia, Autograph GmbH Graph, Southeast Asia in Malaysia. Let's welcome our moderator and speakers to the stage. Thank you.
We'll be starting really soon, just as soon as we have all our speakers ready. Yeah. I believe that Mr. Robert Shi, who is the moderator, is already here, and some of the speakers are also here. For your information, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have decided to skip the break and start earlier so that we can have a longer lunch. And at the same time, we'd also like to remind all our guests that the parking for today is also a flat rate of 17 ringgit. Just make sure that you validate it at the machine outside of the ballroom. And at the same time, you can also scan, just to remind everyone that you can scan the QR code to get more information about the program. It's basically a program book in PDF format. And at the same time, be sure to, this time around today, to bring your dark yellow colored voucher, lunch voucher for lunch later on, okay? And this time around, for all our guests, your lunch will be served at 38, which is at level 38 today. We'll be starting really soon once we have all our guests, the speakers who have just arrived.
So while waiting for a few more speakers, ready?
I'll start with the first two.
First.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall begin with this fifth plenary, and we'd like to welcome our moderator, Mr. Robert Chi. So over to you, Robert.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about the delay. Our speakers are coming in since this session is starting early, so we have one more coming in. Two more coming in. So we'll start with the first two speakers that are here. So so welcome everybody to the session on innovating sustainability and navigating CBAM. So from my own experience, I was a startup 20 years ago. My company was a 3-person company located in a innovation incubator in a local university in Taiwan, and now we have a larger consulting firm now. So I'm very honored here, like 20 years later, to moderate this session on startups and carbon pricing. So this is something we really have personal feeling about, because my company is focused on carbon management as well. So the audience might wonder, what does startups have to do with carbon pricing and CBAM? These are kind of two different issues. But as you know, the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, and somebody consider a carbon border tax, one of the reasons it was implemented is to drive other countries to adopt carbon pricing. And these are trading partners that are in either developed or developing countries. So it has an effect already in our region. Even before CBAM, we have Korea, China, and even Indonesia that has implemented emission trading systems to set a carbon price in their countries. And after CBAM, Taiwan is one of the cases, we decided to implement a carbon fee starting next year. And as I understand, very recently, maybe a couple weeks ago, Thailand just passed a legislation to implement a carbon tax and also an ETS, emissions trading. And last but not least, Malaysia also recently announced that will implement a carbon tax in 2026. So we can see that the whole process driven not only by the Paris Agreement, but by the EU action itself, because CBAM really affects the global supply chain, not just individual countries. It affects the global supply chain that does business with the EU. So I think that's one of the things that's so important. And when these countries implement their carbon pricing schemes, then it'll put pressure on industries to reduce their greenhouse emissions. So I think that's where the startups come in, especially in cities, that if you want to drive innovations in new technologies and services, you need to put a price on carbon. And that, in fact, would drive more startups to give them incentives to have more startups to provide these technologies and services. And, especially in cities, we're talking about buildings, transport, waste sectors. And these are sectors that are really hard to reduce their emissions on. So I think this panel will give us some insight into these issues. And since we have 6 speakers, I will not speak too much, and we'll turn to the speakers for their presentations. So first, we'd like to invite Eric Chen from Cyberport in Hong Kong to give his presentation. Thank you, Eric.
Well, while I'm waiting for the slides to come up and also the clicker, is there a clicker that can move the slide forward? All right, I'll do the a bit of introductions. Well, because I've been given around 10 minutes, to talk about the startup ecosystem, how it helps to drive green city development. So I want to give a brief introduction about the Hong Kong tech ecosystem and what Cyberport is doing about it, and how the tech startup ecosystem could actually support green city development through technology adoptions and attracting the relevant investment. And I would also like to share one of our success model in, through government endorsement and funding, together with, partnership with large corporates and startups to conduct proof of concept testing, of green tech and drive innovations. So let me get started. All right. So, probably for some of you who are not familiar with Hong Kong, Hong Kong is part of China, but we run on what we call the one country, two systems. So we use common law in our legal system, and we are very internationals and uses international business practices and standards, the way of doing things. So one of the key characteristics of a vibrant tax ecosystem is really our long-term advantage of being the international finance center, where we have the freest economies of the world. We have been named top one freest economy of the world, and basically it means money comes in and go out, as freely as possible. And the next big thing is really for tech innovations, the key is talent. So we have a number of world-class universities. We have over 12 universities, but actually 5 of them was ranked top 10, top 100 of the world. That means we have strong R&Ds. So the key issue is really how to bring those R&Ds outcome for commercialization, right? The last thing I want to talk about is we have these big opportunities in front of everyone for the whole world, in particular for the ASEAN countries, is we have this Greater Bay Area in China, which stands for 9 cities from Guangdong province, plus Hong Kong and Macau, making a Bay Area of 86 million populations, a big market, for technology, innovations, and business development. So with this background, I talk about the topic today is really about driving green initiatives. Hong Kong already reached the carbon peak in the year 2014, and we have committed to have carbon zero carbon electricity by the year 2035, and also we promise to reduce carbon emissions by 50% before 2035 in compared to 2005. And that means we are moving very promisingly towards our carbon neutrality commitment, from the Paris Agreement, that we will achieve carbon neutrality before 2050, which is actually 10 years before the rest of China. So this is a pretty aggressive target for Hong Kong. So in order to do that, to achieve this, we have actually set very clear targets covering the net zero electricity supply. We have a clear target on energy saving, green building, green transportations, and last but not the least, the waste reductions, which contributes a lot of the carbon emission. So from a technology ecosystem point of view, to achieve all these green targets, we need a lot of support, from technology ecosystems, and hence our digital policy office, which is the driving force in the Hong Kong government for digitization of many industries. They issued a smart city blueprint as early as 2017. And they even have this updated versions issued in year 2020. And basically, we have laid down the foundations and the key initiative to drive smart city development in 6 focus areas, which covers smart mobility, that includes transportations, all these, renewable energy, automotive kind of a replacement, and then to the existing petrol car. We have the smart living initiative that includes, a lot of digital initiatives that do away with a lot of paperwork, including, digital payment, the digital ID, electronic health record, that type of things. And then we have this smart environment areas where talk about all these intelligent building, environmental protection measures. We have smart government. I'm sure that many governments around the regions are doing that, as well as, the very important issue is the smart people, where we have to develop the right, talents to drive all this innovation and technology forward. And last but not the least, the smart economy, which includes fintech and also green finance and smart tourisms. So to focus into the green initiative, the green city development, apart from electricity generations, carbon emission from cars is a big issue that we need to crack. Hence, we have an aggressive plan in place to basically replace most of the renewable the cars by renewable energy car, and that's why we have aggressive targets to do EV and hydrogen vehicles already. I think one of the key factors is we already have quite a mature ecosystem in green building and development, which includes BEAM certifications, MIC construction, green bond, that kind of things. And I need to move a bit faster. So I'm going to elaborate on the Hong Kong innovative tax systems and how we have used that to drive the green initiative, which includes, one of the things is we have actually very comprehensive innovation incubation program, through Cyberport. And we have even set up our own VCs, the Cyberport Macro Fund, where we stimulate co-investment. Every dollar we put in a company that invests, we manage to draw another $9 to $10 of co-investments. That's a kind of endorsement from government. And the success formula I want to, talk about is really the government endorsement of proof of concept. We have actually done quite a lot of proof of concept in the past couple of years through the support of government. One of them is a fintech initiative. We have actually supported over 150 projects with commitment from government and also PPP, the private-public partnerships. We've encouraged private companies to work with startups through the subsidies of government's investment. And with that, we have very good results. Of all the 150 projects, 70% managed to get actual deployment after the proof of concept, and that's a big boost. And because of this success, and we believe that Hong Kong is actually quite good test bed for the regions, we have just launched what we call the Green and Sustainable FinTech Proof of Concept Funding Program. In that, we're going to drive a lot of FinTech initiative, encouraging big institutions to work with our tech startup company to test drive some of the latest innovations they have. And hopefully, through these kind of endorsement, we're going to drive technology adoptions. And these are some of the startups. I'll probably talk about it, in the next phase. But just to name a few, we have a very interesting startups that do vertical planting, and they are selling those solutions to restaurants. And the idea is from farm to table, and they do away with all this logistics carbon emissions, plus others. So I'll probably go through some of those examples later on in the Q&A sessions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Eric. Since we have 6 speakers here, I think we'll run through the presentations first and then have the panel discussion afterwards, okay? All right, next we'd like to invite Dr. Jürgen Lengrede, my good friend from Berlin. Thank you very much for flying all the way over here to join us. And he'll share with us what the development at the EU for the ETS as well as the CBAM. Dr. Jürgen.
Thank you very much, Robert, and thank you, ADB and the organizers, to have me here, to invite me to this beautiful country of Malaysia, and Kuala Lumpur, and all the citizens should be proud of her mayor that I was listening yesterday. Very nice and competent person. Well, do we get the slides? Yes? Okay, so before I come to the subject of informing you about our experiences on carbon pricing in Germany and EU, I would like to introduce how we work. So the German Environment Agency is a governmental institution, but we are a scientific body. So we collect data, we evaluate data, we do research also with other institutions. And on this scientific-based information, we do policy recommendations to the government. And last not least, we are also the authority for implementing existing European and national legislation. Well, and the German Emissions Trading Authority is the competent authority as part of the German Environment Agency. We have a lot of tasks, but today I only want to talk about the EU ETS, the European Emission Trading System, the National Emission Trading System, and last not least, the CBAM. Well, Germany is very committed to strict climate change mitigation. So on the basis of the Paris Agreement and the National Climate Act, we want to become climate neutral, net zero until 2045. So 5 years earlier than Kuala Lumpur. But this is the target, of course, but beyond that we need action. And of course we need powerful climate policy instruments. And the first of all is the EU ETS that was coming into effect in 2005. And it is employed in 27 member states plus Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein. And we cover with 9,000 stationary installations in the energy and energy intensive industry sector, almost 40% of the greenhouse gas emissions in Europe. So the effect is drastically, so we almost halved the emissions in Europe, yeah, since 2005, so within more or less than 20 years by 48%. Okay, so what is the ETS? It also ensures by the cap, and I'm not talking about carbon action plans, I'm talking about the total overall budget of emissions, so kind of an emission ceiling. So first of all, we cap all the emissions and we set a strong signal to the industry, because the cap will decline by more than 4% per year, that emissions have gradually be reduced. But the good message is that it's not command and control at all. So it gives flexibility to all companies to decide if, when, where, by which measures on the timeline emissions will be reduced. So the enterprises have always the choice either to abate emissions or to buy allowances on the market if it is more cost effective. So the CO2 price signal, yeah, gives participants the choice, yeah, either to buy or even to reduce emissions and then to sell spare allowances. So the last very important message is the revenues that are created from auctioning or selling the allowances, the certificates on the primary market, will be tremendous. In Germany last year it had been 18 billion euros, yeah? And this money is used, and we have heard in this session today, this morning, even for international climate projects, but also on the national level. So it gives flexibility for the governments, yeah, for research and development, for demonstration plans, also to take on board a social aspect, so compensation for vulnerable groups. So this gives really an incentive and even options for funding drastical and new radical innovations in the covered sectors. Well, what is key? MRV, monitoring, reporting, and verification. We have been discussing this yesterday when we were talking about how to create the GCAPs, yeah, for the cities. So you only can control what you can measure. So the collection of energy data, the greenhouse gas data, this is really key. And in Europe, it is mandatory. By this, what we call the compliance cycle. So all the covered entities, they have to create monitoring plans to define the methodology, how the emissions are measured or calculated. And then this data must be validated by independent third-party verifiers. And last not least, this data is controlled by a competent authority. That's what we do since 20 years in Germany. Okay, the second thing is the national emissions trading system, and this is very similar, but it's kind of different because we are not mandatory requiring this data from operators of installations, but from the fuel suppliers, like Shell or gas suppliers in Europe. So this is a so-called upstream system, and with two emission trading systems in Germany, now we cover 85% of our macroeconomic emissions. So we have a cap on 85%. So the not covered sectors such as agriculture and forestry, this is a different story. Well, with this system, we started in 2021, and it's a fixed price system, so a little similar to that what Taiwan will implement next year. We will start with auctioning in 2026. So the current price is something like 35 euros per ton of CO2. And now even coming into effect with this system, the first year in 2022, the emissions declined by almost 10%. Last thing of the three elements is the CBAM. I'm sure you have heard about this. This is a carbon leakage instrument, and that does mean that we want to have a fair market condition between intra-EU production and imported so-called CBAM products. So now there is the incentive, and Robert mentioned this already, for all producers outside the EU, even in the Asian Pacific region, who export such CBAM products to Europe, to start with carbon pricing, to create a level playing field. And also, and this is already mentioned here, to build up MRV capacities on the global level. We are starting with CBAM products such as cement and lime, fertilizers, products from iron and steel, or aluminium. So I think most countries here are not as much impacted like China or India, of course. We are starting last year already with reporting obligations. The CBAM will come into effect by 2026. So from that point of time, CBAM certificates must be purchased, and the good message is that the importers have to pay, not the exporters, but the importers in the EU have to buy these certificates. But the CO2 price in countries like Indonesia or Taiwan will be subtracted from this cost. And totally you see here the reduction we achieved in Germany. And in the EU, I have mentioned it, since the starting point 2005, we were reducing 40–80% in EU ETS in absolute emissions. not specific ones, absolute emissions, and in Germany, minus 44%. Well, I come to my conclusions. Time is very scarce, also for me. So, carbon pricing, including CBAM and international cooperation, that's the reason why I'm here today, to talk with you. I think this will succeed in worldwide climate action success. It will drive our energy and industry transformation to the right destination. And it creates incentives for all companies, yeah, to introduce climate protection measures. But what is key, I already mentioned, you really need to start with MRV, with correct data collection, analyzing of this data, and this helps all companies to really get an informed analysis for decision making, and you will become much more energy and greenhouse gas efficient, more cost effective in your production, and this will increase your competitiveness position in the market. So carbon pricing, including CBAM, creates a level playing field. That's important, and there is many chances for companies, not only for startups, but especially for startups, to develop new technology. We will discuss this later, but I think we are on the right way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jürgen, for his insight from the EU and Germany. Okay. Next, we'd like to turn to Mr. Mu Pathma from Malaysia Internet of Things Association to give his presentation. Mu, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I have my slides? Okay. Good morning. My name is Padma. I'll just taking about 10 minutes, and the clock is already start moving already. Okay. I'll be talking about presenting about how startups are supporting and enabling all the programs that Cyberport or EU or Malaysia are trying to do on ESG or on carbon reporting. So my slide is going to be a very simple one. I'm just going to introduce how empowering startups really helps, how the achievement has been made. Okay. So, like what our friend just now earlier explained, the rise of smarter and sustainable city is no more a myth. It's now becoming a reality, and everybody is going for a goal. Like Malaysia, we're having a 2050 target to achieve carbon neutrality. And to do that, a lot of innovations need to come in place. A lot of changes need to be done. The way we were doing things need to be changed, and old-timers like myself are kind of resistant to change. So that's why we need a lot of new minds to come and to catalyze it. So the innovations that are happening in the space of IoTs, if you guys are following, like how a low-power wide area network connections are there, technologies like LoRa, Sigfox, where LEO, we call it low Earth orbit satellites, are there to gather data. So the technologies have evolved, where the first element of any program of monitoring, any program of improvement is monitoring. Like what our friend just now said, the M's comes first. So you need to monitor your data. You need to validate your data. You need to have an accurate and consistent data set. So for that, IoT is the only way can do that. So if I'm entering data into a form, I can be biased. And I can enter some values that favoring to me. But when a sensor is collecting a data, it can be consistent and repeatable. Now, in this space, a lot of established companies are looking into providing solutions, but the innovation comes from startups. This is why we used to have these hackathons. We used to have these school programs to cultivate startups to come out with innovative ways of doing things, where we try to remove the barriers that the setup have. Like they don't have to worry about CE certification or ROSH compliance when they're exploring the idea. We create sandbox for them. So this is where in my view, the startups are important, Now there are some of the solutions they're coming out or putting on the table will be difficult to scale or difficult to commercialize, but the idea can be cultivated. The idea can be mopped to, we can wrap up the regulatory requirement, the compliance requirement. Now, this is where the enterprise comes into play. So the startups might come up with an idea which is out of the box thinking, but the enterprise will have the money, the means and the method to comply with regulatory, comply with the any certification requirement, safeties and sustainabilities, and they have the capital to do it. This is where I see the enterprise plays a vital role so that the startups' ideas can be commercialized. Now, when we're doing this, the third player in the whole smart city or smart anything is the governance party, like DBKL, the municipal councils. They the one who will be setting up the governance part, for that the monitoring, the startup ideas which implemented by the enterprise can be adopted by the cities, so that the whole benefit of carbon reduction can come into play. So if the governance is not there, or the regulatory is not enforcing like 2050, you must be carbon zero, or I'm going to penalize you with so much of tax, for carbon tax or whatever, then the implementation will not come in. So there's three parties that are working together. Now, so collectively, a sustainable city can be realized. Okay. So how the empowerment works, as I told you earlier, the typical empowerment process that we have seen that worked in the past, entities like Cyberport. If you take Malaysia, we have Meranti, we have Cradle, we have MDEC, and we have a lot of universities that does hackathons or programs for startups to cultivate them, to give them venue to play. Like most of you might know that we have a sandbox area in Meranti, in Technology Park, where you can go and try whatever idea, drone delivery, what you want to do. So the sandbox remove the regulatory requirements, so you can explore your ideas there. So the startups can do anything. Even some of the startups that born in and now established as a unicorn in Malaysia are grown from Meranti sandbox. One of the notable company is Aerodyne, who's doing drone solutions. Now, if they want to do any drone testings, you can't be doing over my house, you see. So then safety comes into the play, insurance comes into the play. So you go and do it in the sandbox environment where the safeties are being taken care, and you can explore the idea. Then the enterprise can go in and see how to commercialize it. Now, the support mechanism comes through the means of enterprise. A lot of our members are there. A lot of entities like Meranti, MDEC are there to provide support to the startups so that they can explore the new ideas. And of course, commercialization is the biggest issue. When we come to that angle, there are other ways that we get funded up. So there is a lot of grants in any countries. We operate in 3 countries, Malaysia, Singapore, and India. And I can tell you, every country there's money to be utilized to innovate your ideas. Now, this is the challenging part. So when we want to create an ecosystem of innovations, there is a lot of challenge that we face through association when we wanted to contribute the ecosystem building, where we do see the commercialization costs or scalability costs that kills the idea. I don't have much time to go into the details, but I just will give you 3 examples. We need a smart city solution. So under the smart city solution, we have a waste collection. If you're any guys from Singapore, you might know this company called Semwaste. We have a member that does the waste collection in Singapore, one of the largest suppliers. But commercialization was taken about like 4 years to get the whole thing, the whole city enabled with outdoor bin level sensing and route management and to collect. So it cannot be done overnight like what we do in PPT. So PPT, I can do it in half an hour, the benefits, but the real benefits to be realized, it takes time. And then the other company that working on the using cameras, these are the parking, outdoor parking open area parking things. So by using cameras, they cut down a lot of sensory costs, deployment time is faster, and a lot of other innovations can be done, like vandalism, accidents, or illegal parkings can be detected. And this is my entity, where we focus on energy usage for green building. I have about less than 2 minutes. Okay. So again, a quick one, the importance of a regulatory framework, how to get these startups, enterprise, and the authorities to work as a collectively, so that sustainable cities can be realized. Like in the smart city one, the Singapore government was so adamant to get this done in 2016. Okay, so that was an enabler. In Malaysia, the parking one is done by municipals, and for the energy part, yes, you might be aware that Malaysia already gazetted EECA, Energy Efficiency and Compliance Act, as early as this week. So it's coming to enforcement in 1st of January. So it's good news that so we have now a new act to have energy efficiency and compliance, where there'll be a REM, registered energy manager, which will be doing auditing on your efficiency, on your energy consumption, and have to be submitting report every yearly, and there's a penalty attached to it if you don't submit or whatever. So then with that kind of enforcement, the whole thing can be realized. Quick one. Okay. All right. Yeah. So that's all. A bit about my association. I'm currently the treasurer in Malaysian IoT Association, where we have about close to 150 members in various ecosystem of IoT. Can be a device supplier, can be a connectivity provider or ecosystem company. We have players, startups, and we have big companies like Maxis, China Mobile, PCCW as our member. Collectively, we're trying to provide a voice to the government into how to embark IoT solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Papwan. Okay, next we'd like to invite Mr. Wayne Lim from ME Media Group to give us presentation.
Thank you.
Lim?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wayne. I'm from Malaysia SME Media Group. Having been communicating and engaging with vast majority of SME for almost 20 years, so today our organization or myself, we represent the voice of the SMEs. So I'm here to share the predicament of the SMEs when it comes to this issue. Today we are speaking about startups. So I mean, the way we look at it, by the way we understand SMEs, there are two different categories of startups. One category, very sexy startup. I mean, these are usually founded by entrepreneurs who have vision, who have very good business plan. They know how and the roadmap to grow the business. They have a very good plan. So this group of SMEs are very likely able to contribute to all this ESG, carbon emission reduction. But they represent a very small percentage of startups. The large number of startups are usually, those are not very sexy. Started by, they are not so sexy, right? They are just entrepreneurs who maybe get sick of employment. I mean, largely they are just self-employed, right? So they are just there to make a living, right? So not so much of vision, don't really care about environment, but their pockets are more important, right? Because to care about environment, it costs money. It really costs a lot of money, right? It's not easy to practice all this green stuff, right? So there's where we got to be very realistic here, right? From whether it's a policymaker or from the large corporation. Means for the way we look at it is always like making it easy, right? Making it easy for them to adopt or adapt, right? When it's easy for them to adopt and adapt, I mean, naturally they can help in this way and contribute to actually carbon emission reduction. So I mean, the worst thing is to come up with policy that like force it down I mean, they have to comply. I mean, compliance costs money, right? I mean, in all kind of policy, I mean, if we just sidetrack a little bit, like when the government says that this e-invoicing is starting in Malaysia, I mean, for those from overseas, right? We already started this e-invoicing implementation. I mean, it costs a lot of money for the SME to comply. I mean, so the way, I mean, we want to share in this forum with everybody. I mean, whether you are a policymaker or you're from a large corporation or whatever authority, always think of it's not easy to do a startup, right? It's never easy. I mean, for SMEs, I mean, I started this business 20 years ago. I'm still a very relatively small SME. But most important message that I want to share with everybody here is, I mean, of course, in Malaysia, almost 99% of businesses are SMEs. But are they the biggest culprit of pollution? My answer is no. Definitely no, right? The other 1%, I wouldn't say they are yes or no, right? But are they able to contribute by themselves, taking initiative, come up with brilliant ideas, brilliant programming or whatever to help in carbon emission? Again, I would say not necessarily. I mean, the way to work with SMEs in this particular ESG thing is always about making it easy for them to adopt and adapt. That's my message on behalf of all SMEs. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your quick intervention. Okay. Okay. Next, we'd like to invite Dr. Aizian Idris from the Sunway Business School to give her presentation. Dr. Idris.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to speakers, panels, and all the audience. Right. For my side, I'm more on marketing. Okay. So I will talk more how the startup can engage with customer or consumer, and also what are the effective communication strategies that the startup can do. Right. When you talk about green startup, right? So the aim is to fight the climate change. So they will provide cleaner, all right, smarter alternative for energy services. So when we talk in terms of marketing, all right, we have to focus on what we call it marketing mix, 4Ps, yeah? So the startup should provide, the product with eco-friendly. So when you talk about eco-friendly, when you talk about green cities, so these startups can come out like, for example, electronic scooters or bicycle for the short distance travel, all right? This can lead to or contribute to sustainable urban transportation. Okay, so these are the products that can help, for the green cities. And then we look into the price must be competitively, and the distribution also should be minimal environmental impact. And the most important when you talk about marketing is the promotion, okay? So these startups should come out with all the transparent green messages, okay? So that the consumers understand better. All right. These are the people who are going to buy, to lead all these businesses. So the most important thing that need to be focused is what we call it customer value marketing. Okay. So when the consumer or the customer, they don't see what is the value or what is the benefit that they can get. All right. They will not able to engage, okay? So there's no point you come up with products, you come up with all kind of, products, services or prices, if you don't try to communicate to the consumer the value out of it. So some people, they might aware or not aware about this green thing, So even if they're aware, they might don't care, okay? So the other thing that important is to educate the consumer, right? This is very important because we know that waste food is not good, plastic is not good, but we don't care, we don't take action because we are not educated enough on all this, all right? So that's why, like in Sunway University, okay, we start embedded all our syllabus on all this SDG. So all these nuts need to start from young. Okay, so start from school, colleges, universities. So these people, the youngsters, need to be educated on all this. So when they understand, all right, so what the startup can engage better to the consumer because they understand what is the relevance of out of this. And also, like in the university, we also have all these startup programs, okay, like briefings, speakers. So we educate the youngsters to start business, to be entrepreneur, all right? So the next slide I will show you, all right, like in Sunway University, we have iLab, okay, where we brief the young startups, all right? And we do have programs for them as well, okay? So we do have in Sunway. I'm sure that other universities as well are starting this, you know, for the youngsters. And we already started to have all these speaker series, all right, for startup speaker series since 2019, all right? Like our founder for Sunway, Tan Sri Jeffrey Shah, is really into what we call it SDG. So if you come to our campus, everything, mostly we into all this green thing, okay? So no plastic and everything. So the students are starting already, all right, in campus, okay? So the next one, if you talk about effective communication, definitely advertising, promotion plays an important role, okay? So all the startups need to understand the correct STP, segmentation, targeting, and positioning, okay? So when you understand this, who is your target market, all right? How you segment your businesses, then you will choose the correct platform. When you talk about advertising and promotion, not everyone can use the same thing, yeah? Same ways, same strategies. So for example, when you see about youngsters, right, they are into all these TikToks, Instagram, Facebook. They don't read magazine, they don't watch TV. I ask my students, do you watch TV? They don't, okay? They don't have time all this, okay? So if you want to promote, all right, so this kind of traditional media doesn't work. Okay, so you have to understand your target market and the correct platform. So from this, you can build the customer trust. Okay, because customer trust play what we call it emotional intelligence. Okay, so a correct advertising appeal is very important. So you can just tell about this green thing, you know, green cities and everything. But if you don't understand who is your target market, you will have a wrong platform to promote all this, okay? So, and then when you talk about green innovation, okay, this can increase through collaboration. Okay, startups can partner with established industries, you know, developers, like for example, late Tan Sri Mustafa Kamal from MK Group. Okay, they are building all this green building. Okay, Sunway also, we have Sunway Construction. Okay, we all have all this. Okay, so startups can, you know, collaborate with all this, like companies, institutions, government agencies, you know, to accelerate their progress. So the next one I would like to show you. Okay, like in Sunway University, we do have startup collaboration. All right, and we call it. Last year we did it, all right, Startup World Cup. So we have this video for you to see.
Welcome everyone to the Startup World Cup Malaysia Regional Finals 2023.
I would like to thank partners from Cradle, Maranti, Hong Leong, Maxis, and of course also our Sunway University to host this Startup World Cup.
had a long journey to get to this point, but it's also the start of them representing Malaysia.
Just now, we had a very tough time. You guys did well.
Winner for the Malaysia's regional finals for Startup World Cup is Ophelia! That will represent Malaysia in Silicon Valley on the 1st of December.
We are a deep tech space startup. We are building wireless charging stations for satellites in space. We are extremely grateful to represent Malaysia and hopefully make everyone proud.
We'd like to thank Sunway iLabs, Meranti, Cradle, Hong Leong Bank, and also Maxis for this opportunity.
We cannot wait to go to Silicon Valley
to represent Malaysia!
Yay!
Yeah, that's part of a competition, and we have recently, we link with GGAF, Green Growth Asia Foundation. We have competition on SDG among our students, yeah? So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Idris, for this very emotional video, I think, for us to see how the young peoples are really working together and trying to solve the problems, yes. Okay, now finally, and not least, we'd like to invite Mr. Philip Aliung from GRAF Southeast Asia, Malaysia, to give a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Philipp. I'm from the German company Autograph. I would like to thank our partner, My Own Palm, and the organizer, IDB, for giving us the opportunity to present innovative solutions for stormwater management. Maybe. Okay. So, as you know, like a lot of Southeast Asian countries, Malaysia is facing some extreme episode in terms of climate and especially water, and has implemented strong policy regarding on-site detention tanks. And we would like to present a solution which is proposing on-site detention tanks, but unlike the common usage of concrete, we are using a plastic, which is a recycled plastic solutions. So first, what is happening right now in terms of stormwater management? Normally, the normal channel for the water is to soak into the ground and has time to evaporate and will be taken up by plant or will go into underground. The only problem is with the development of cities concreting, the soil are less and less permeable for ground infiltration, and we do not have any more time for the water to find its way for evaporation, and so it results in water flooding and in flooding into river. Unfortunately, that's what we experience strongly in Malaysia regularly, as well as in Southeast Asia generally. So these are few examples of recent flooding we have experienced in the country. So typically, the answer would be, and one of the regulation in Malaysia is to implement on-site detention tanks like in other countries. And we do like it because Malaysia is one of the only country in Southeast Asia implementing a strong regulation on detention tanks. So typically, the implementation would be either in concrete or in very large plastic pipes or steel. In perforated concrete pipes also, in large tanks, done in one piece. And what we are proposing as GRAF and tunnels also, which I forgot, which are more for infiltration purposes. But what we propose as GRAF is using what we call CRATE, or geocellular system, that you can see on this on this picture. I will go into the details after. The only problem with concrete, besides the cost of concrete and the quality dependence, it has a very high CO2 footprint, and it's not a recycled per se product because it has very strong environmental impact. Also, when you look into stormwater and rainwater management, across time, concrete is expecting to get corrosion, which most commonly called biocorrosion. That's why most of the time now in Europe we try to go away from concrete application for stormwater and rainwater management. You can see here the effect across time of water, rainwater or stormwater with the concrete. So what we propose is a crate system that we call EcoBlock. I'll show you the principle on this video of implementation. So it is used either for infiltration or water retention. The tank, it's a tank system also which will be underground installed. So this is one of the blocks that we are using. So in terms of logistics, you are doing already a lot of saving because you are saving pallets. This block come as pallets, so you save a lot of space. As a typical implementation, we can go up to 5-meter depth with a 60-ton load bearing. And the good part is when you implement this kind of blocks, you don't need to do any concreting, any civil work. Only floor compaction, gravel bedding, and then you will do implementation of this block without any tools, without any crane. So that's why the implementation is very fast. In terms of, we consider that we take 6 times less than concrete to implement this kind of system. Once you have done the connection, then you will wrap this block into the geotextile and geomembrane that will keep the water inside. So you need to see the block only as the structure of the tank. And of course, we have feature where we can do inspection and also cleaning if necessary. So I'll show you on the first project that we have installed with our local partner Mayumpal in Malaysia, recently in Puncak Alam. So as you can see, very straightforward implementation, 180 meter cube tank done in 4 days. And it was the first tank ever implemented, so the local team were not trained, so we were carrying training at the same time. So we have different kind of blocks that we can present. We are also exhibiting here. We have real samples. So the benefit are we have no limitation in terms of capacity, only in depth. We can 60-ton load bearing. We do a lot of ease of logistics, so we are doing a lot of savings. We have no limitation in terms of capacity, and we can be implemented most commonly under parking lot, loading bay. Our limitation is only we cannot be under a building, and we cannot be under a main road. But we can be under a service road or industrial road. Of course, in terms of CO2 emission, we did some comparison with European standard. Here, for example, 100 meter cube tank done in concrete with 19 ton CO2 emission compared to an EcoBlock tank with less than 3 ton CO2 emission. So I forgot to mention also one of the key things is that our tanks are made of 100% recycled plastic, and we are doing our own recycling. So these are not virgin plastic. We have, of course, a lot of certification since we need to have a serviceable life of 50 years. So we have a lot of European certification, but since we wanted to be strongly implemented in Malaysia, We have also conducted local certification process with CIRIM, Ecolabel, and also MyGel. So these are few projects which have been implemented across the world. So you can see all the projects look about the same. We have different kind of block depending on the load bearing you want to have on the top. Here was the first project we ever implemented in Southeast Asia, which was in Singapore, across the canal to prevent flooding and for flood mitigation. Here, the largest tank we ever done in Kuwait City, each tank was from 55,000 to 100,000 meter cube. Massive, because here the purpose was to collect as much water as possible. And now sometimes they even experience flooding in Middle East. Most of the time they do not have any drainage system. So here the tank were also there to help with mitigation of water. We can do odd shape like this in Australia. This is another large tank implemented in the industrial loading bay for French factory. And we can also be implemented, as you can see on the left picture, in high water table conditions, which sometimes we are also facing here in Malaysia. And the road, so here it's before implementation and after implementation in Canada. And these are a few examples in UK. To give you the example of UK have banned completely the usage of concrete for stormwater and rainwater management. So the interest, we did some comparison, some few figures, some key figures for takeaway. Considering about 300 kilometers of urbanization development in Malaysia every year, we estimated the volume of 4.8 million cubic meter of OSD needed in Malaysia. Using the EcoBlock as per the European standard, we would save 80% of CO2 emission, and we will contribute to solving 22% of the plastic waste in Malaysia. So we are proposing a sustainable solution, of course, to mitigate flooding, but also reducing the problem of carbon footprint and the plastic waste emission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philip. That was a perfect timing. It's right on the clock. Yes. And also appreciate the graphics and videos that you share with us. As a saying goes, a picture's worth 1,000 words, and we got a lot of information from you in just 10 minutes. Yes, thank you. Okay, next we'd like to start the panel discussion. And first I would like to pose a couple questions for the panel for them to answer, and then we'll open up the floor to the audience. So I have two questions, and you can choose one or both to answer, okay? So please share with us an example of startup contributing to urban sustainability. Or secondly, what are the challenges and solutions you see for startups in your space? Okay, please, we'll start with Eric. Okay.
Well, before I forget, I want to extend my appreciation to the organizer for inviting us here. And I also brought with me, two very interesting and leading startup exhibiting here next door. Just want to quote a couple of examples. One of them is called Blue Onion. They are an investment platform, matching platform, that helped you actually screen all this greenwashing, so that they actually provide a platform that already use an unmatched universe of 300,000 active and passive funds and ETFs, alongside with 40,000 companies. So they utilize 250 ESG metrics sourced from 30,000 providers across more than 100 countries for the platform. So they are a wonderful platform for investors who focuses on impact investment, and you can actually have true transparencies of the ESG performance. That's one company. And the other company is also start with blue. It's called Blue Skies. So I've got two blue chip startup with me. So the Blue Sky, they are an IoT platform with measuring metrics, and also they already operate in 300 sites, and they provide basically the monitoring platform that was mentioned, and and also provide the green tech solutions to help improve the ESG performances. So the relevance here is not just introducing the Hong Kong startups to the audience here, but also the relevance is Hong Kong now has roughly close to 5,000 startups, and of which we have already groomed, around 20 unicorns, and as a good percentage of them actually comes from outside of Hong Kong. And here I want to send out my warm, invitations to all the tech, companies here, that they can actually leverage Hong Kong as a platform to start their unicorn journey. In working with also of innovation, in particular green initiatives, because Hong Kong is becoming a green tech hub as well as a green finance hub, that we have issued, all these green bonds and all these. So I send these invitations, and we already have established, strong strategic partnership around the regions. For example, we are working with MDEC already. We are working with InnoSpace and Thailand Science Park in Thailand, and we're working towards signing more partnership agreement with Indonesia, Vietnam, and around the regions. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Jürgen, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. But first of all, I would like to mention that transformation towards sustainability creates a lot of jobs, not only for startups, also for the existing companies. And I don't know how proactive the German government is to support the startups, but we have very intensive programs for qualification of our skilled workers and also for young students. So we have a lot of spin-ups from university, and then they are startups, in fact. And what are the fields, especially in the energy transition? We have, of course, a high potential for energy efficiency in building installations. So this creates a lot of new jobs for contractors, exchange of oil and gas boilers, install smart metering to make the grid more intelligent, digitalization, and of course the installation. This is really a bummer right now in Germany of balcony PV electrics in the residential areas. This creates a lot of jobs, and even there are startups around. Yeah, and I would like to give one example. I'm not in the role to make now advertisement for one individual company, but last year the German Environment Award was given to one company that was doing a perfect combination in terms of sector coupling. You all know about battery charging, yeah? Like storage, electricity charge. Yeah, this is common. And you all know also about electric car charging. This is also not new. But this person, and this is very interesting, was inventing a perfect combination because he made the combination of highly integrated battery storage. So this system works, and this is interesting also for the rural areas, like a vacuum cleaner. So it collects all the surplus of PV electricity at daytime, and then he has an ultra-fast charging for electric vehicles. So it's a system not larger than a refrigerator, and it guarantees to charge an electric car within 20 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, and this is very interesting for the rural areas where the electricity grid is still very weak in terms of capacity, and this system is, the charge points are sold even now to the United States of America, as far as Mr. Trump allows this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jürgen. Talk about Trump, I'll stop here. All right, next I'd like to invite Mr. Thafma.
All right. The question was challenges of startup. Well, I need another 2 hours for that. You want me to list down all the challenges, but to give a solution on that. Like what my friend here said about the SMEs, they couldn't be bothered about these green things, or because they have their pocket to worry about. This is where we did see that as a key element where the startup comes in and they provide the innovations. Now, it's true that the contribution of carbon impacts are not by the small companies, by the big players, by the big developers, so they need to take the proactive actions. But if you look at this whole supply chain, the SMEs are the one who are backbones. So even though they're not the fronting, the project might be the mega city done by Sunway, but there will be hundreds of thousands of SMEs that facilitating them. So what the process, awareness creation is an important thing. And how the challenge has been addressed now is like iLab. iLab is one of the key things that done by Educationer, which try to collaborate with big companies like Hong Leong, Maxis, and try to bridge the solution to SMEs. The final implementer will be the SMEs. The final implementer adopters will be the SMEs, but SMEs will not be investing on the innovations or the R&Ds or the patents, where the educations, the startups, the big companies will be doing the investments. Once they've done that, of course, the implementation or the scalability will be done by the SMEs. A good example that I can share is a local company that started, I think you guys know them, they started a project where they wanted to provide you in mobile apps where it will track your behavior of your drivings and then tag it with the insurance. Okay, about 5 years ago, didn't get well accepted by the population. Okay, because maybe they don't want to be monitored how they drive, and then the incentive given by the insurance was not strong enough. They took the same model, they move it into energy into your houses. So they use solar panels and they come out with the financing model where technically their tagline is drive your EV for free. So that's how they start the thing. And if I go deeper much into it, I can talk over lunch later. So how they innovated the same idea that they subsidized by insurance, where they go for drive your EV for free. So like I'm having an EV car, I don't have to pay for my charging my EV. So they came out a model that model couldn't be innovated by solar players, cannot be innovated by battery banks companies or whatever, but a startup was innovating that. So that's how the bridging can be done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pramod. Wayne, please.
Thank you. The biggest challenge, obviously, for SME is to attract talent and to retain them. Because most people or students, before they graduate or after they graduated, I engage with a lot of students in university. If you ask them where they're going to start their work, apply their job, send their resume, they always send to the large corporation, right? I hardly, unless this particular student, they have family business that they need to take over, right? Most graduate, you ask them, they will always say that in Malaysia, they would like to work for the likes of Petronas, Maxis, the banks, right? I have never came across a student came to me and say they want to work for SME company. So there is a reality of it. And but of course, every year there are so many graduates, like by the hundreds, thousands of them. And the large corporation couldn't take them all, right? So that's why the SMEs in Malaysia collectively employ up to almost 70% of workforce, right? But sad to say, these are leftover, right? Because all graduates, the brightest of them send resume to the large corporation. After rounds and rounds of interview, filtered up, right? They took whatever they think suitable for their organization. Then the leftover have got no choice. They still need to find a job. That's why they ended up with the SMEs. And it didn't stop here. The worst thing is when they work for SMEs, that SME entrepreneurs, the bosses are usually, they give them the opportunity, they train them very well. They learn so much with the SME company. Like they learn so less with a large corporate, right? But after they learn all the tricks and the trick, then what happened? The large corporation will come and pitch them away. This is a reality, right? Then again, retention is a biggest challenge. So if this thing keep on going on, how can a SME really grow to be a large corporation? I mean, that's why if you look at the whole pyramid of SMEs, there's always only like less than 5% of the very large SME 15% the small size SME. Then the rest are 80% are all very micro SME. So the SMEs who are fortunate enough, like my friend, the Zeus Coffee now is the biggest brand in Malaysia. They have outgrown Starbucks. So when I talked to Vernon recently, is there an issue with recruitment? There's no issue. Now everybody wants to work for Zeus Coffee because it's become from a startup selling coffee. Now it's even bigger than Starbucks now, right? So everybody's, all the graduates now or anybody who wants to work as a barista, they will go to Zeus Coffee. So this is something that we need to address, not for adoption or adaptation. We need policies, right? Personally, I'm a fan of football, right? I follow English Premier League. I mean, even if you look at football, there are leagues, right? The Premier League, then the first division, second division. What happens when the lower league team have developed a talent? What happens? When the bigger players come about, the likes of Manchester United, Manchester City or Barcelona, they will buy them at a very, very high value. So there is a cost involved to take talent away from the smaller team, from the smaller league, right? So this should be the way, right? If the large corporation come to a SME and say, I want this particular guy who is doing so well in the organization, they should pay a transfer fee for that. So at least the SME have invested so much effort, and, right? Okay, so authorities and policymakers, please take note of this. Please take care of the SMEs because they are doing a great job by developing talent and supply them to the large corporate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wayne. I'll have to buy a cup of that coffee before I leave Kuala Lumpur. Okay. Beat Starbucks. That's amazing. Okay. All right. Next, we'd like to invite Dr. Idris, please.
I think when it comes to startup challenges, the most important, I think the challenge is how to accelerate the progress, okay? Because they are startups, right? So they, as I mentioned just now, they should collaborate with, research institution, especially government. Government should help these startups, all right? And also, other things is consumer attitude and behavior, and also the businesses, all right? Because when you talk about green, you have to make sure that the green messages come across, okay? Because like, for example, in Malaysia, we say no plastic, right? You go supermarket, but you can buy the plastic, all right? We don't provide you plastic, but you can buy 20 cents the plastic. So the messages is not, go through on all this because of the attitude and behavior of the consumer itself, all right? And also the businesses. So startups needs to ensure that whatever they do, if they go through green startups, they really have to, follow all these kind of rules. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Idris. Philip, please.
Of course, I'm going to talk about our own example because we've been implementing our company in Malaysia, and we started actually during COVID. What's important for us is that there's a need, but also a will. And that's what Malaysia was very important for us because, as I was mentioning before, we are basically, our company is in water management. And in stormwater in Southeast Asia, you are the only country with a strong regulation. So our challenge was basically two. One is towards authority. You need to convince the local authority that your product are compliant with the regulation and can sustain the particular condition of the country. And two, you have to change and to impact the will of people and the mentality. You need to make them accept, as I was saying, concrete is strongly in use in Malaysia, as actually in a lot of countries in Southeast Asia. And you need people to accept, to change, to consider a new solution. And that was, with our local partner, this has been our task over this past year, first towards authority, to show them that we wanted to comply to the local requirement, and to make them accept and endorse us. And then at the same time to go to a lot of consultants, making them understand that it's an innovative product and the benefit that you can take from it, and not only the pricing consideration, even though we do remain competitive. After that, it's funny because sometimes in this challenge, the next step we are sometimes asked, because we claim CO2 footprint saving, is like, yeah, but you're going to ship everything from Germany. So your CO2 will be very still important. Our next step is always, when we implement somewhere, is to start a local factory, and that's going to be our next target and our next challenge for Malaysia and for our implementation as a hub in Southeast Asia. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, Philip. Okay, so finally, we'd like to open the floor to the audience. If you have any questions for our speakers, please help yourself to the microphones located on the aisles here. Please, any questions? No? From the SME's perspective? Yeah. Yes, yes, please. Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon. My name is Adi. I'm from the Center for IMTGT Sub-Regional Cooperation. Referring to the presentation of the panelists today, so I see that the topic is the CBAM, right? And to a certain extent, I see that the CBAM is kind of a requirement of the European Union to comply with the environmental and sustainability principles. But on the other hand, if we see it as a global supply chain, to some extent, it's create a barriers for in the global supply chain, especially from products from developing country, for example. But my point is actually, we see that there's a potential of international collaboration to address this, while in other part of the world, they have a standard that we have to meet. But there's a potential collaboration, especially in the developing countries and the startups, to assist the local businesses to meet these standards. My question is, what is the concrete collaboration and partnership between, for example, like the European Union and the local businesses or startups in other part of the world to work together to address these barriers to some extent? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. We have to turn to Jürgen for this. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Then I fully agree. The solution is the global carbon market in the long run, and I think that the EU is now kind of the forerunner with the CBAM, and I would like to explain that the CBAM is not a border tax. So it's a carbon leakage instrument, so to balance out the CO2 prices that do exist in Europe but don't exist in other jurisdictions. And I don't think that the least developed countries are attacked so much from the CBAM so far. They are more focusing on economies like China and India that really do export very also aggressive to other markets, and we need to level out this in contrast to the intra-European production, not to leave our industries. And this is the carbon leakage aspect already. Yeah? So what we need as a solution, and this is also an idea of our Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, to create a carbon club. Not in terms of exclusive thing like a club usually is, but international cooperation in terms of energy partnerships. So Europe will need to import in the long run, instead of oil and gas, import green hydrogen that could be produced especially in developing countries, not only in Asia but also in Africa. So that's the future. So we need partnerships, international cooperation in terms of energy, and also climate partnerships, and this is the solution. You're right, everything has to be compatible with WTO obligations, and so far there is no lawsuit indicated, yeah? So, but this is a task for the European Commission to follow on this stage. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on that question? No? Okay.
So I just want to add a bit on the standards part. Okay, of course, after Kyoto Protocol and then Paris and then Davos and all the thing, so all the so-called nations in the UN accepted that we need to do something on reducing carbon, and EU and North America being the most developed countries, so they set up the standards first. So just to give you a hint, Malaysia will be chair for ASEAN next year, and then our units are currently working on setting up a standard gauge on ourselves. So of course we need to comply to whatever standards are set by EU to when we want to export energy to EU or any products that uses energy. But on part of ASEAN development, ASEAN going to have its own standards so that we can also have our proactive implementation on how the carbon will be considered so that the ESG goals can be achieved. So it's like we are living in one ball. So whether we like it or not, we have to work together. And of course, at the moment, EU and North America will be the largest impacted parties. So they will set up the rules and the gauges. Down the road, ASEAN will be key contributor to carbon, and we also need to have a plan. Like what process is that cannot be happen overnight. It takes 1 or 2 generations, and most likely we won't be around to realize the benefit of the carbon reduction.
Okay, any other comments? Yeah. Okay, now I'd like to add one little comment. We know the global carbon market is very fragmented. Starting with the EU, we have local governments in North America, we have more coming in South America as well, and now the fastest developing region is Asia. We have Korea, China, and now Japan is also considering. They're starting with the voluntary ETS and coming into a mandatory ETS in 2026. And like I mentioned before, Thailand, Singapore, and now Malaysia is going to implement a carbon tax. So it is a challenge to make it a global carbon market, but we need to do it from bottom up, from regional markets first, and then eventually merge into a bigger climate club like Jürgen has mentioned. I recently saw the news that the Carbon Exchange in Malaysia is also working with other partners in ASEAN to develop that regional market. So I think this is a good sign for us. Yes, okay, thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Please. Still have a couple more minutes. And yes, okay.
Hi, my name is Fubias Ahmad. I'm from Extreme, Siem Rehat, agriculture base. I have 2 questions on the impact measurement based on startups. How do you measure the environmental impact of green startup in cities? And what metrics are most valuable for assessing long-term sustainability? The other one is, in your opinion, how can we create a sustainable ecosystem where startups play a leading role in the future of green cities, and what are the next steps?
Thank you very much, rather big questions. Maybe, Eric, you want to take a try?
Well, thank you very much for the questions, and I think from what I see is, if we talk about impact, from the startup and its relevant measurements, I don't think there will be any difference to measure impact driven by the startup technology nor any large corp, right? Because when we look at ESG performance, we've just talked about all these international standards, and I do believe that as the panelists have alluded, that ASEAN or Asia as a whole, we have probably what it needs to have our own standard, especially for this part of the world, all these developing countries. From our Hong Kong and China perspective, what we do is we actually look at the economic value driven by our startups, mainly on both financials and also the talent perspective. What I see the challenge is we need cross-bureau collaborations to come up with a more kind of comprehensive matrix to basically reflect, the green initiative impacts, especially, in terms of the investment into technology and the startup ecosystem. For example, we are commissioned by the Hong Kong government to build the biggest AI supercomputer center, for Hong Kong, and that is basically with the objective of promoting AI innovations on many industry, including some of our green initiatives. But how do we actually measure, this is investment in infrastructure? Hong Kong has already invested over $150 billion in the past few years in driving innovation and technology infrastructure, which is the basic element to drive innotech and technology adoptions. So we are yet, to come up with as was asked is how do you actually qualify and quantify the impacts from all these.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Any other inputs from our speakers? Okay. Oh, time's up. Okay. All right. We started early, so we'll squeeze in a couple more minutes. Okay. All right. So I would like to close the session by making a few comments and also summarize what our speakers and also this conference has said. If you had attended the opening plenary yesterday, many speakers mentioned the agreement that was reached at COP29 at Baku very recently. We barely reached an agreement where developed countries have committed to $300 billion a year by 2035, 9 years from now, 11 years from now. But this is far, far, far lower than the 1.3 trillion that developing countries need in order to meet their climate obligation, also to adapt to climate change. So where would this gap come from? I think the private sector would need to step in, and private sector could contribute through the carbon market as well. I think the carbon market would provide an incentive for the private sector to contribute to this finance, and also which in turn would give incentives for startups to promote sustainable cities. And we all know that reaching net zero by 2050 will require a giant leap for the world. I mean, you can imagine net zero emissions by 2020. So perhaps we can start with baby steps. And startups are our babies. So we need to nurture and help them grow so that they can contribute to achieve sustainable cities. And 70% of emissions come from cities. So we have green cities. We also can help contribute to the global goal of the Paris Agreement. Okay. All right. So thank you very much for attending the session, and also thank you very much for the speakers for your valuable contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robert Shi. And we now invite our moderator and panelists for a group photograph before we adjourn for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that it has been a very fruitful discussion and presentation of both plenaries, fourth and fifth plenary. And we shall be now adjourning for lunch. As a reminder, once again, for all our guests, be sure to bring with you your duck yellow voucher so that you can bring it together with you so you can have lunch at level 38. The restaurant's name is 38, which is on level 38. There is a row of elevators for you to go on to, which is an express elevator, which goes directly to level 38, just beside the entrance of the lobby. And we will see you soon at 2:30 as per the program for the next plenary session.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we're to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture, and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects, ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge, and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital, and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Maminisada region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar city will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious Smart City program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal Smart City membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak, dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama, berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somberjaya Smart City Kota Makassar, yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar Livable City Plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure to support economic development and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei itu baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Nah, Somberjaya Smart City tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape, developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore, and 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we're to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture, and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects, ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge, and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital, and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Maminussata region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar City will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious Smart City program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal Smart City membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak, dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somere Smart City Kota Makassar yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar Livable City Plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure, to support economic development, and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei itu baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Somere Smart City tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape, developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore, and 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we're to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture, and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects, ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge, and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital, and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Maminussata region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar city will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious smart city program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal smart city membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak, dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama, berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somber Smart City Kota Makassar yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar Livable City Plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure, to support economic development, and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Nah, Somber Smart City tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape, developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore, and 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing, sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we're to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture, and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects, ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge, and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital, and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Maminussata region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar city will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious Smart City program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal Smart City membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak, dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama, berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somere Smart City Kota Makassar, yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar Livable City Plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure to support economic development and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei itu baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Nah, Somere Smart City tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape, developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore, and 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we're to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture, and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects, ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge, and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital, and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Maminussata region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar city will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious Smart City program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal smart city membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somber Smart City Kota Makassar yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar Livable City Plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure to support economic development and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Somber Smart City tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape, developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore, and 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we're to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture, and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects, ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge, and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital, and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Maminussata region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar city will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious Smart City program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal smart city membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak, dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama, berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somere Smart City Kota Makassar yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar Livable City Plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure, to support economic development, and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei itu baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Nah, Somere Smart City tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape, developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore, and 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we are to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. we also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture, and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects, ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge, and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital, and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Maminussata region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar city will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious Smart City program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal smart city membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak, dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama, berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somber Smart City Kota Makassar, yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar livable city plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure, to support economic development, and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei itu baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Nah, Suami dari smart city tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape, developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore, and 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we're to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture, and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects, ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge, and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital, and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Maminussata region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar city will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious Smart City program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal smart city membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak, dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama, berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somber Smart City Kota Makassar, yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar Livable City Plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure to support economic development and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei kita baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Suami dari smart city tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape, developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore, and 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we're to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture, and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects, ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge, and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital, and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Maminussata region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar city will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious Smart City program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal smart city membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak, dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama, berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somber Smart City Kota Makassar, yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar Livable City Plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure, to support economic development, and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Nah, Someda Smart City tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape, developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore, and 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we're to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects, ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Maminussata region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar city will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious Smart City program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal smart city membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak, dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama, berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somber Smart City Kota Makassar, yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar Livable City Plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure, to support economic development, and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei itu baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Nah, Someda Smart City tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape, developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore, and 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we're to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture, and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects, ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Maminussata region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar city will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious Smart City program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal Smart City membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak, dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama, berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somber Smart City Kota Makassar yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar Livable City Plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure, to support economic development, and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Nah, Swamadaya Smart City tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape, developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore, and 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we're to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture, and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects, ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge, and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital, and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Maminussata region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar city will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious Smart City program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal Smart City membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak, dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama, berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somere Smart City Kota Makassar, yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar Livable City Plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure, to support economic development, and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Nah, Somere Smart City tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape, developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore, and 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we are to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture, and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects, ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge, and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital, and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Mambina Sata region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar city will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious Smart City program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal smart city membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak, dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama, berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somere Smart City Kota Makassar yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar Livable City Plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure, to support economic development, and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei itu baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Nah, Somere Smart City tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape, developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore, and 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we're to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic financing and strong partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines, for example, we are supporting climate-related policy reforms and transformative green infrastructure projects in energy, transport, agriculture, and natural resources. In Cambodia, we are helping to restore mangroves and enabling small and medium-sized businesses in the fisheries sector to adopt sustainable practices. And in Thailand, we are supporting a number of ministries in issuing sustainability-linked bonds to help fund the green transition.
Our region is blessed with natural beauty, but faces with the urgent environmental issue, including climate change, deforestation, and air pollution. Green finance and infrastructure are vital, protecting our environment and boosting our economy, with benefits like job creation, innovation, and investment in sustainable projects ensuring long-term stability and prosperity. Green finance is not merely an option, it is an imperative. The ACGS play a key role in this transformation, speeding up the transition toward the sustainability.
Since 2019, we have brought together financing, knowledge and skills from some of the world's leading development organizations.
Infrastructure and finance are at the heart of the region's economic recovery, and these feature in most of the stimulus packages in the region. Making these green and resilient strengthens both climate and socioeconomic resilience of affected communities in the region. I believe that the ACGF will pave the way for a green recovery in Southeast Asia by integrating international standards for climate impact and by developing and investing in resilient and low-carbon projects.
By now, we have become ASEAN's most prominent platform in mobilizing ideas, capital and partnerships to drive green infrastructure. To learn more about the ACGF, our projects and initiatives, and how we can help, go to adb.org/ACGF or scan this QR code.
Makassar is an economic, social, and employment hub in the Maminussata region of South Sulawesi, Indonesia, and a key trading port along the Makassar Strait. Over the next 20 years, Makassar city will grow to a total of 2 million people. With this increasing population and rapid urbanization comes certain challenges. Similar to other developing Asian cities, Makassar faces issues such as livability, climate change and natural hazards, gender equality and social inclusion, as well as attracting private investment. The city government has embarked on an ambitious Smart City program to address these challenges with the support of the ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund, which is funded by the Government of Australia, managed by the Asian Development Bank, and implemented by global consulting firm Ramboll.
ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund tentunya sangat diharapkan untuk bisa membantu Kota Makassar, karena Makassar sendiri dalam perkembangan teknologi terbarukan soal Smart City membutuhkan banyak supporting dari banyak pihak, dan kami menganut kebijakan open door, dan saya kira hadirnya ASEAN Australia Smart City Trust Fund memberikan kita peluang-peluang untuk bisa mendapat bantuan sekaligus bekerja sama, berkolaborasi di dalam membangun Somere Smart City Kota Makassar yang perannya bukan hanya Makassar saja tetapi Indonesia Timur.
The Makassar Livable City Plan project has 3 main stages. An urban situation assessment, which identified challenges and needs in Makassar. An urban development scenario, which reviewed plans and projections for city development. And a Makassar Livable City Plan, which identified how to make Makassar smarter and more livable, using digital solutions in planning, financial management, and service delivery. The Makassar Livable City Plan integrates the findings from the slum assessment of the ADB Livable Settlements Investment Project, which seeks to strengthen infrastructure, to support economic development, and basic services. As part of the planning process, people took part in an online smart city survey and street interviews, reflecting safety protocols.
Sebenarnya ini survei itu baru kali ini ada survei begini, jadi saya anggap bagus lah.
The survey examined the needs and perceptions of different demographic groups.
Tantangan Makassar tentang bagaimana membangun smart city adalah bagaimana melibatkan semua masyarakat yang ada untuk memanfaatkan sistem dan terlibat dalam sistem smart city yang dibangun oleh Makassar. Nah, Somere Smart City tujuannya adalah bagaimana membuat masyarakat menjadi masyarakat cerdas dan masyarakat yang ramah.
To support the city's vision, the Makassar Livable City Plan includes smart tools that can lead to catalytic interventions. Reports are interactive and publicly available online, alongside digital tools developed, such as smart stakeholder engagement tools, a digital dashboard for prioritizing smart city investments, a web-based GIS platform called URscape developed by the Future Cities Laboratory in Singapore. And 3D modeling, analysis and visualization of climate risks in urban areas, using the Indra platform, developed by Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation.
Pemerintah Australia mendukung kota-kota di Asia Tenggara untuk menjadi lebih hijau, kompetitif, inklusif dan tangguh melalui ASEAN Australia Smart Cities Trust Fund atau AASCTF. Dukungan yang diberikan melalui AASCTF membantu menjadikan Makassar dan kota-kota ASEAN lainnya lebih nyaman bagi masyarakat mereka sendiri dan lebih menarik bagi investor asing sehingga dapat berkontribusi pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan.
Southeast Asia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Every year, the region faces more extreme weather events that affect millions of people. It is also one of the world's most dynamic regions, and as the populations and economies grow, so does the demand for green, resilient and sustainable infrastructure. But governments cannot finance all the necessary projects on their own. Support from more sources, both public and private, is necessary to accelerate this green transition.
As we recognise in ADB, the battle for climate change will be won or lost in the Asia Pacific. And in that battle, the decisive front is Southeast Asia. ASEAN countries alone need well over $200 billion of infrastructure investment every year to keep up with the rapid urbanisation and industrialisation of the region. And all of that investment across every sector must mitigate or adapt to climate change if we're to have any chance in this battle. Bringing these projects to life requires innovative thinking, more sources of catalytic finance, and partnerships. And this is where the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility is helping to show the way.
The ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, or the ACGF, was founded in 2019 by the Asian Development Bank and ASEAN governments linked to the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. At the ACGF, we support the development of landmark green infrastructure projects across Southeast Asia by using innovative financing to catalyse funds from public and private sources. We also mobilise expertise to help create sustainable and bankable infrastructure projects.
The ACGF supports government-led projects which are green, bankable, and able to mobilize capital from all sources, including private capital. We also offer capacity development for government officials, as well as technical support for developing early project concepts so that they can qualify for funding. This combination of concepts, technical assistance, knowledge, and financing from ADB and partners makes ACGF a one-stop shop for catalyzing green infrastructure projects in the ASEAN region.
In Indonesia, Cambodia, and the Philippines,
Welcome
for
back,
example,
everyone.
we are supporting.
I hope you all had a hearty lunch and a nice little break before we start. Resume our last several sessions today. We will have a fireside chat, which is titled Cultivating Green Minds for Green Cities, Advancing Education for Sustainable Development through the Greening Education Partnership. This session will explore the critical role of education in fostering environmentally conscious citizens who contribute to building greener cities. It will also discuss initiatives like the Greening Education Partnership and the Eco Schools program.
And moderating this session is Yang Berbahagia Dato' Insinyur Technologist Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, the Executive Director of the Green Growth Asia Foundation. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Yang Berbahagia Dato' Insinyur Technologist Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, who is the moderator for this fireside chat. And joining Yang Berbahagia Dato' on stage are our panelists. Please welcome on stage Mr. Hiromichi Katayama, the program specialist in Education from UNESCO Multi-Sectoral Regional Office in Jakarta. Please also welcome Ms. Sharia Nelly Francis, the CEO of Yayasan Petronas. Next, please welcome Ms. Wan Faiza Chetdin, the CEO of Amanah Lestari Alam. Next panelist, please welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Hamdan Abdul Majid, the Managing Director of Think City. And finally, please welcome Professor Chemist Dr. Muhammad Basharuddin Abdul Rahman, the Chair of ISTIC Governing Board. As mentioned, this fireside chat is all about cultivating green minds for green cities. And it's over to you, the moderator, Yang Berbahagia Dato'. Silakan.
Thank you, Encik Zamil. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. I think we are still getting more crowds coming in, but thank you so much for being present after a very sumptuous and delicious lunch. I think we have a very exciting discussion today. I'm very honored to be the moderator with the esteemed panelists, and I hope that we will have a very good interactive session. Before I start, I think I would also like to thank the organizer for giving us the opportunity to have this very engaging interactive session today. I've informed the panelists that we will have a very engaging but also disruptive, in the sense that they will also be able to ask questions to each other, and I hope the audience will also be able to ask questions to the panelists if you have any burning questions. Before I start, I think I would also like to thank the Ministry of Economy and Asian Development Bank for giving the opportunity today. And the rules of engagement will be, I think we'll give all of the panelists 10 minutes to present their background, the background of the organization, what they have been doing, pertaining or particularly relating to the greening education. I'm sure we will be able to learn a lot. And with that, I will hand over the session to the first panelist for today, Mr. Hiromichi Katayama, the Program Specialist in the Education UNESCO Multi-Sectoral Office in Jakarta. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you very much. So I'm Hiromichi Katayama. I just joined UNESCO Regional Office in Jakarta 2 weeks ago. And before that, I was an education specialist based in its headquarters in Paris. And I have been working mainly on TVET, technical education and vocational trainings, and also skills development for employabilities. But I understand that this is a session to discuss green education, so let me briefly start mentioning what UNESCO has been supporting the green education initiatives. So as many of you may have heard, the UNESCO has been implementing and convening meetings and many partners to promote the climate resilience and also the community-driven solutions for reducing carbon footprints and urban spaces under Green Education Partnership. And also we also have a sustainable cities and climate change education initiatives. And also we have been a part of the ASEAN Smart Cities Network, and also we have been implementing green school initiatives. So I understand that the main target is the basic education, primary, secondary educations, and we are trying to incorporate the idea of greening cities, greening educations at the school levels by targeting not only the students, but also the teachers and trainers as well. And some of the examples are in the city of Jakarta, Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam, and also many other cities in the Southeast Asia. So yeah, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer in this green education initiative supported by UNESCO. And I would like to talk a little bit about the skills for employment, because I really enjoyed the session yesterday about the Green City initiative supported by the ADB. And there are a lot of discussion about the introduction of agriculture, renewable energy, green transportation, solid waste management, etc. But I don't really hear a lot of discussion about the skills. And UNESCO has a very strong expertise on supporting our member countries to produce appropriate workforce and human resources to contribute to the green society and greening economies. And allow me to briefly mention our standard approach. So we start by conducting the labor market analysis and also the skills mismatch analysis. I mean, we see what's the skills demand by the local industries, local enterprises, and what kind of skilled workforce are produced by the TVET institutions, education institutions, and the universities. And that's the starting point. And then after that, we are helping the country to develop the occupational standards. And when you are talking about the, let's say, PV, photovoltaic technologies, they may need to introduce a new curricula. I was involved in the project in Kenya a few years ago, and we helped the TVET authorities of Kenya to develop a new curricula for the technicians for the installation of the photovoltaic systems. And then we helped them to develop their teaching and learning materials, help them to introduce it in their own training systems. And then after that, as I said, we usually develop their competency-based curricula and then teaching and learning materials. And we usually pick up 1 or 2 pilot institutions and test these new curricula so that we can support the greening transitions in the TVET institutions and also the post-secondary institutions. And I guess many of you are from the investors and also the private sectors, and UNESCO find that the role of private sectors and the industries are very critical because students need to acquire practical knowledge at the industries and workplace by work-based learning scheme, or in some countries they have apprenticeship, in some countries they have on-the-job trainings or traineeship and internship. And this is something UNESCO would like to promote more and more. And we believe that the education and training should not take place only at the schools and the training institutions. They have to have a strong partnership with the local industries and local enterprises. Students will have to go there and acquire the latest knowledge and technologies such as photovoltaic technologies. And I understand that Malaysia has been promoting the electronic cars, and for the automotive technicians, they may need to acquire the latest knowledge from their workplace. And so yeah, in short, this is how we are supporting. And I understand that the ADB has been focusing on the selected cities to promote the green transitions in Malaysia. And I guess UNESCO may be able to make some contributions by targeting the training institutions, technical colleges in those areas, review the contents of their curricula and help them to reform it, and then help them to introduce a new teaching and learning materials in those contexts. So I'm just new. I mean, I just came here 2 weeks ago, but this may be something I personally would like to promote under my new functions in UNESCO regional office in Jakarta. So yeah, I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hiromichi-san. I think, as you pointed out rightly, education or greening education plays an integral role in developing the green cities. One of the key elements also is to look at how we can blend greening education partnership in the policy making so that the future generation will be able to be empowered, fully equipped with knowledge in building the green cities. With that, I bring the floor to Ms. Nelly Francis from Yayasan Petronas, the CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato' Mahadi. Thank you very much. I am Nelly from Yayasan Petronas. Yayasan Petronas ASIDIS is a very new corporate foundation. We were just established in 2019, starting to operate just as COVID hit and impacted. A lot of our programs were impacted because of COVID, but then again, it also served as lessons learned for us to be able to do more to serve the communities out there. When you talk about green education, I guess education go across all the 3 pillars for Yayasan Petronas. So Yayasan Petronas, with a mission to deliver positive and sustainable impact to communities across the nation, for the well-being of communities across the nation. We have 3 pillars. First and foremost, education, because Petronas is an organization that totally believes in education. The second pillar is on uplifting lives, or rather working with the community to uplift and ensure that they'll be able to sustain the challenges that are faced by them, be it from socio-economic perspective or livelihood, and also being resilient to go through the challenges that are faced because of the crisis that the world is facing at the moment. The third pillar is our environment pillar, and it is very much again about ensuring the resilience of the communities out there. And as I mentioned earlier, across the 3 pillars, education plays a big part to it, because all of us, I mean, we talk about sustainability, the crisis that the world is facing. It involves a lot of learning process to understand what the whole problem is all about and how do we overcome it, and what can we do to mitigate, to adopt, or to adapt to the crisis that we're facing. Back to the 3 pillars that Yayasan Petronas has, education, our focus is very much on STEM. I was just talking to my fellow panelists just now how STEM is also a key to help us in the challenges of the future. And with education, training, ensuring that the kids raise, or rather be interested to pursue STEM again, in view of the declining interest at the moment, there could be that could be where the answers to a lot of the problems. They are the ones who probably hold a lot of the solutions to the problems that we are facing at the moment. Sorry, I'm not really feeling very well actually. With the community, our focus is very much on community-based approach, as well as a new area that we're looking at, which is broad-based health intervention. And this morning we heard about how health is also one of the areas that is very much susceptible or very much impacted by the climate change that the world is facing at the moment. Going back to environment, as much as our focus is on terrestrial and also marine ecosystem, planting trees is just the how part to how we hope to be able to build community resilience. And there are various programs that we're doing across the 3 pillars, again, in ensuring that awareness about the crisis that the world is facing, understanding about sustainability, what we do, what we can do, will be embedded across the community that we deal with. I'm going to stop there for now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Sharianelli. I think we are also very happy to see and hear that in the short period of time, Yayasan Petronas has achieved a lot and has contributed a lot, especially in the greening education in Malaysia. And let us bring our attention to Ms. Faiza, who is the CEO of Amanah Lestari Alam, and can listen to also how, in also a short period of time, she managed to propel Alam to be one of the leading local community and development and also the greening education in Malaysia. Over to you, Miss.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum, everybody, and good afternoon. I'm Wan from Alam. Interesting, Nelly. I'm 1 year younger than you. Alam is a foundation spearheaded by Bank Pembangunan with the objective to create awareness and instill whistleblowing culture on environment through education with a long-term vision of behavioral change or mindset transformation. Being behavioral change or mindset transformations long-term vision, therefore, who is our target market? It is everybody, anybody under the skies in Malaysia. And we have 3 age group, school children and below, primary school and below. We have the youth group, and we have the adults group. Interesting that you also look at education. Yeah, Alam also have 4 pillars. One is education, and the other 3 is slightly different from the rest of the NGOs. We have governance, we have collaboration, and bridging. Since we were created by Bank Pembangunan, which has a national mandate for the country's development, Alam was created with our DNA as an entity that is non-compete. We complement and supplement existing initiative in town. How Alam started was actually in 2019 when BPMB was launching our RM 2 billion ringgit Sustainable Development Fund to fund projects or to provide loan to projects that are SDG aligned. On that very same day was when Sungai Kim Kim happens. And therefore, my management decided, hey, you can't actually support businesses at one hand, and on the other hand, the very same businesses are polluting the environment. And therefore, we owe a duty to also educate the businesses to think not just profit, must also think planet. Ding dong, ding dong. In 2020, 3 years later, Alam was incorporated, and we only started operations in 2022 because 2021 was when my board of trustees came in. And the whole of 2021, we focused on our strategy. 2022, operation started. We deliver our objectives on the 4 pillars using three main area. One is creating awareness and through education. Yeah. The second one, we provide grants, and the third, we focus on capacity building. Since we started operations, Alam is funded by BPMB, but not 100%. All of Alam's HQ costs, my salary, my electricity are all funded by BPMB, but our project are funded up to 30% of the project costs. The rest, I had to actually raise funds or collaborate with various public sectors and private sectors. We are also a tax-exempt company and named in RMK 12 as the entity that will be leveraged to create awareness on environment through education. To date, Alhamdulillah, we have been able to create quite impactful or delivery of the projects through collaborations with strong brand names like UNDP, UNICEF, etc. We also had partners with DGJF, universities, schools, some of public listed company, the likes of Honda, Bursa, and we also, our creation was also obtain multi-ministerial support because we are to create awareness. We were announced by the Ministry of Finance to create awareness on environment, so it involved Ministry of Environment through education. So it involved Ministry of Education, and since it is also into environment. It also involves KPKT, METI, etc. These are the organizations that endorsed the setup of Alam before we started our operations. The strategic projects that we have started, the ones that are new to market through our collaboration with YEL, with UNDP, UNICEF, etc. And how do we green our education? Since we look at various generation, and therefore to us, when you green education, is not just in school, it's a life learning process. On school, we collaborated with Ministry of Education, where we started a nationwide survey in 2021 before our operation started, to assess the level of environmental education in school syllabus. It's not whether it's taught as a subject, but whether it's integrated in various syllabus, the likes of mathematics, languages, etc. And people ask me, how can you teach math, environment in math? My answer is simple. 100 kanak-kanak goes to, I hope everybody here understand Malay a bit, yeah? 100 kanak-kanak go to Port Dickson, 10 buang sampah in the ocean, plastic sampah, 5 cut trees, another 20 scold the friends. How many kanak-kanak sayangkan environment? So it's instilling that, nurturing that loving of environment in school, and Alhamdulillah that process has already been adopted by Ministry of Education. And through education as well, we collaborated with DGAF, fund some of the project like Eco School, which is actually an end-to-end initiative, which I understand YSD pun is involved, and many other yayasan is involved in funding Eco School, which I think quite initiative because they instill the UNESCO ESD's framework about learning to know, learning to do, learning to live, learning to be, and learning to live together. So I can explain the whole program about this later. We also work with youth, and working with youth also, we work with UNDP and UNICEF to provide platform. It's no longer about education. At school is getting youth to do the actual work, climate action. And with the adult group, when it comes to education, we adopt different approaches with different adult groups, where we have conferences, we have seminar, pocket talks, as well as we even use science and arts, combining together through performing arts. As well as we also look into policy advocacy, where we work with various ministries to instill ESD education with various ministries on this matter. And to date, I'm proud to say that we have invested about 3 million ringgit in various projects. With this 3 million ringgit that we invested, we have been able to deliver 12 million ringgit worth of projects through multi-collaborations, etc. We also have focus on Orang Asli in Raya Belum. That one is on, again, education for the preschoolers. With that, I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wan Faiza. Again, very encouraging in the short period of time what Amanah Lestari Alam has achieved, especially in the spectrum of education and also local community development. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends, I think we've heard from UNESCO, we've heard from Petronas Foundation, we've heard from Alam, and I think we also want to hear from a different perspective, perhaps, from Dato' Hamdan Abdul Majid, the Managing Director of Think City. Perhaps you can share a bit more on what Think City is doing, and also how the inclusive green mindsets and urban policy plays a role in the green city. Over to you, sir.
Maybe I'll start the first video.
summit ever organized in this century.
I'll probably start with our tagline to say that, that cities is about people and people make cities. And it is about the youth who have their future at risk that will be what we have to deal with today to enable them, empower them, and equip them to chart an uncertain pathway forward. Because the reality that we live today is one where that I would probably say that the biggest challenge in the 21st century, while it is definitely climate and inequality and what do you call issues, I'm sure there's others, but it's all played out in cities. Cities is where it is all takes place. The question arises is that are our people ready to be what you call the quote unquote, I use this word, citizens, CITY, citizens, not for anything else. It's when the whole concept of a city goes back to the Greek philosophy, on the origins from Greek, the idea of polis, metropolis, and all of those things. It's about the compact between the citizen and state, and the role that the citizen needs to be playing to have an effective state, effective city. And the challenge then lies, for them to be effective, they first and foremost need to be educated. There needs what I would call a whole process of educating, awareness, and all of these things. Very fundamental. We have a 4A framework, we call it awareness. We ask them to be engaged in what I would say that focus on in terms of, sorry, I'm just looking at my notes. While awareness is very key, awareness alone is not enough, but they need to be change agents. How do you empower them? How do you enable them? How do you equip them to be advocates? How do you then move them from just being advocates to actually walk the talk in terms of action? The reality is actually about how do we actually manifest this? How do we showcase this? How do we demonstrate this? And how do we actually then build these people to then become the activists that will hold the torch for the future? Because our job as an organization, we are focused as catalysts. We play the role to enable, we play the role to build the capacity, and we go work hand in hand with citizens to make that shift. Now, we also aware that the fact that it's not, we need to make a whole of society approach in this. The problems that we manifest with the ambition of trying to deal with in terms of achieving our climate goals, the aspiration of a green city, the pathway towards in terms of having better life than before, it requires a whole of society effort. I think most places generally, to a large extent, I will probably say that we get our policies right. And generally it's probably the easiest part of the process. But the most difficult part is moving from policy to reality. And that lacuna that we're dealing with is one, unfortunately, that requires a very strong demonstrative model. And that's why Think City was established 15 years ago to not only shape the policy environment, but more importantly was actually walk the talk. We realize that cities are very fundamental, but we also realize that it is not about building new cities. It's about remaking our cities. It's about rehabilitating our cities. It's about regenerating our cities. Because the pathway forward is about sustainability. How do we use better what we already have? How do we adapt them for the future? How do we reprogram them so that they have a pathway forward? Built environment are equally to be seen as not as dead being, but also has got life. And how do you merge between the built environment and nature so that they all go hand in hand. The human being must be a biological, is a biological being. And if you do not integrate the built environment with nature, then we are divorced of it. And you find there's a certain hollowness. No one wants to be in a hujan batu, quote unquote. The reality is that we human beings want to live in natural environments. And that's why people live in memory of going back to the kampong or life in kampong. But the reality is that there's no more kampong for you to go back to, not for anything else, because you have become an urban citizen, and this is where your life. And how do you make that one that you can actually realize the things that you had before in your life, so that the progress that we made in the last 50 years in the case of Malaysia should not be lost. The development gains that we have made should not be, slipped. But we are at risk today. We are at risk not because there's no policies, there's no adequate action, but rather there's also lack of coordination, there's lack of what I would call foresight to think in a more, I call it in a systems thinking approach. We are a lot more sectoral, a lot more narrowly focused in silos, and I think it's important that we kind of rethink the approach of how do we problem solve. And maybe the last point, before I conclude, is to say that there's a saying for those who support Liverpool that you never walk alone, and that means that we need to work in partnership, we need to work in collaboration, and we need to ensure that we kind of not compete, but rather reinforce, because the clock is ticking. A few years back, while being in COP, I was shocked for going there for the first time. We were talking about the climate emergency, and everybody in the room were having a party, while the world outside is actually really burning. And this is the reality that we are dealing with. So there's a sense of urgency and the need to move now, and making sure that we move together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dato' Hamdan. I think if we can recall what Dato' Sri Dr. Maimunah Sharif, the Mayor of Kuala Lumpur, mentioned yesterday during the opening remarks, the way forward is not just the PPP, public-private partnership, but also what Dato' Hamdan highlighted just now, public-private people partnership. And I think moving forward, the element of engagement, people especially, is very much integral and crucial. That also brings us to our next speaker, who is also the chair of the International Science, Technology and Innovation Center for South Cooperation under the auspices of UNESCO ISTIC Governing Board, who will touch on the role of science and technology, another interesting aspect or angle that we want to listen to from Professor Chemist Dr. Muhammad Basharuddin Abdul Rahman. The floor is yours, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Moderator. Dato', Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. So the challenge to be the fifth presenter will be to make sure that everybody is awake, especially not everybody knows what is ISTIC. It's not that visible in Malaysia, but we are quite visible in the United Nations. Even this year, we are being summoned by the UN General Assembly to write a full report for the STI in the Global South. Next, please. Right, so I just give you a background about the chronology of ISTIC, which was established way back in 2008. This is one of the outcome from the Doha summit in Doha, US summit in Doha, and we are basically in the agreement base. So we are now in the third agreement. So I just joined it last year, but previously it focused more into the IBSE in terms of the education, and I will share a bit later on. Just to highlight that we are the only one UNESCO category center that established focusing on the South-South cooperation. So if you can look at the green map, basically I have to cover Latin America, Africa, and also Asia Pacific, including the SIDS, small island developing states. So sometime I'm here, sometime in Africa. So to make it short, our vision and mission is very simple, which is we are the like kind of the international platform to get everybody together. particularly in producing holistic talents towards institutional excellence, particularly in the global south. But start from this year, we start to focus how to collaborate, how to bridge between the global south and the global north. Next. Okay, so maybe you're not aware as well, what is the Category 2 Center? So Category 1 Center, for example, ICTP, the International Center for the Theoretical Physics, and there is another one, International Statistic, in Canada. The ICTP is in Trieste. We are Cat 2 Center. So you know that UNESCO have a different section. We are under the natural sciences. Even under the natural sciences, they have another subdivision, which is 6. We are under the science policy. So our trust, or basically objective, as I mentioned earlier, becoming the platform, we try to get everybody together, not just focusing locally, but at least regional, but normally we work internationally, crossing the continent. So we are looking at the enhancing the prosperity, talent, and also leading to the communication. Next. So our priority agenda, which is actually very much related for today's talk, is these 3 below, because we are supporting the UNESCO objective or perspective, which is the open science, climate change education, and education for sustainable development. So these 3 basically are cross-cutting, and that's why we have so many programs that focusing maybe one or overlapping between these 2. But our main agenda is actually looking at the STI policy. But we know that maybe I have to say this, in general, many developing countries, or maybe including Malaysia, we have so beautiful policies, but just on paper. But when it comes to the implementation, we know there is something wrong. So for example, next year we start to focus on to train, what went wrong. So we need to study that and come back. Yeah. Then we start to look into the research ecosystem, because we know that, for example, even we talk about the green education, the greening education partnership, there are 4 pillars on that. But it's just not education, it's cross-cut, it's actually transdisciplinary. So now we're having issue because researchers do not know how to write. Yeah, the medical team do not know how to write with the social team. And then do not know how to talk with the mathematician, for example, how to put everybody together. So we train them. Yeah, for example, we have done it in Muranga in Kenya and also in Pretoria. So we hope that to do it in our region. Then, of course, the artificial and digital innovation. Next. So this is only our flagship program. You can see there are so many. We have flagship program, and we also have what you call this as the platform program. So as you can see, there is one green education for Southeast Asia. So this is something that I would like to highlight. Next, I'm not going to elaborate the others. Okay, so one of our big project is actually with the Office for Climate Education, which is very much related to today's discussion, where previously OCE, which is actually based in Paris, they have done an excellent job. They have concluded in Latin America for climate education. We are not part of it because it was done during the COVID-19. It's just not with the teachers, they train the teachers, but also with the communities. So now we already involved with the ARIS, or African Regional Resilient Initiative on Climate Education. Started last year. We were in Nairobi training the teachers. We have a very good support. This is actually about 3 to 4 million euro project. So I have to replicate this in Malaysia and Indonesia, and we know that we're having problem to get funds, particularly in Malaysia. I'm talking about the international fund. We are okay with the Indonesian, but if you look at this, the greening education for Southeast Asia, or we call it GC. Yeah, we are targeting all the 4 pillars, working with the teachers, the school, the curriculum, and also the communities. So there are many targets. So our target is $1 million. Next. Why we choose Malaysia and Indonesia? Because one of the success story of these in Latin America, because of the language, because they're just using Spanish. So we thought that we can start with Malaysia, Indonesia. When it is okay, then we start to replicate this in Thailand, Philippines, India. They are actually waiting. But we said that we're going to start with 2 first, including Micronesia. So when we talk about the greening city initiative, there are so many. So I try to bring it into the the science technology. Yeah? So when we talk about this, the key focuses for the urbanites, for example, the critical role of education is not limited to ESD, but we're also talking about the global citizen education, just like Dr. Hamdan mentioned just now. How to champion the sustainability initiative, and of course, it should be by coordinated collaboration. So for example, the issue of the urban pollution, how come we can come up with the air purification technologies? Yeah, the sustainable waste management. There is another part that we miss, which is when we talk about food waste, normally in the city, but there is another area, food loss. Before entering the market, it's already lost. Basically, it's about 10 to 15% is already lost. So that is something that we need to tackle as well. Urban planning, for example, eco-friendly. Next. So, of course, I'm a chemist, so I have to start with the green chemistry. So there are 12 principles of green chemistry, and we started way back then. You know, but if you look at this, anything that we like to design, chemical products or processes, it should be reduce or eliminate the hazardous substances. So if you look at number one, yeah, the principle number one is prevention. It's very clear cut. It's prevention. Second, we talk about economy, but we also talk about the atom economy. Try to reduce as less, if possible, will be zero that will be released to the atmosphere. And there are many things. So meaning that for the key concept for education, we have to look into the waste prevention. That is actually the starting point. And if we want to do it in the school, so we have to look at what kind of practical application. Yeah, so we can use the guide or this framework in order to do this. So that's why right now green is the new goal. But I've been using it for the past 25 years. Yeah, but it still do not turn to gold. Hopefully, inshallah, one day. Okay, next. So this is part of our activity. For example, training the trainers, particularly the teachers. Now we also have other activity online. So we have, tried to create a science influencer among the school children. But what we want to do is to make sure that any project that they want to show is not about between the students and the students, or between them and the teachers, but we want the parents. But surprisingly, most of the project come out is actually the students share or do it with their grandparents. So we know that now grandparents can play a major role. And we understand as well that with the aging society, we can make use of that. There are so many retired teachers. Yeah, we're going to be retired soon as well, inshallah. So for example, there I highlighted some championing innovation, enhancing curriculum. Now we are engaging with the Ministry of Education to look at the design of curriculum. So of course the teacher training program. Next, we also start to use the AI. So why collaboration matters? Of course, the investment of the science in science technology, curriculum enhancement I mentioned just now, and I think we've been talking about public, private, and people. But now the big thing is actually planet. We normally use 3P, including planet, community involvement, and of course the capacity building, particularly in training the teachers, our educators, to teach sustainability through innovative scientific tools and practice. So, how you can help, I highlight it, but through us, we like to use that orange word, advocate for the GE and also the ESD policies. So next slide. Should be the last one. So I think we can empower a generation to build sustainable cities and transform Southeast Asia in particular into a model for green education and urbanization. So the last word from me is actually we cannot, somehow it's difficult to do what you call this, to change the climate. We're talking about the climate change, yeah? But first have to start with the mindset. Is mind have to be changed first. I think that is what UNESCO is telling us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you so much, Prof. Basha. I think that's a very good remark to conclude the first session. Very informative, and I will let the audience to digest on the information that has been disseminated just now. In the spirit of green is a new goal, and also in the spirit of being disruptive, I would like to open the floor to either the panelists to ask each other, or from the audience to ask the panelists, because for the benefit of the panelists, the audience are coming from Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, across various sectors, public, private, funding institution, international organization, NGO, CSO. So I'm sure there will be a lot of burning question in this fireside chat. I also understand that our guest, Dato' Hamdan, needs to move to an important meeting shortly. So I would like to take this opportunity to let everyone to engage, communicate, talk to each other, ask questions. And since this is the last but not the least session for today, the Green City Investment Forum, the most important part, education, and we have the best person to speak on education in their own rights, in their individual respective duties. They have been pushing a lot in making greening education an important part in our education system. So maybe any questions from the panelists to each other or from the audience? Dato' Hamdan, anything from you first, sir, if you want? Or maybe a thought that you want to share, because
I think maybe I'll just posit this, because as I said, the urgency for action is far greater, and we know all of the data with regards to this 1.5 degrees and where we are kind of crossing the line, and we are still in this round of negotiations and all of this stuff. Nothing is going to happen, this very wrongful statement, but nothing is going to happen with only government taking leadership. Society, individuals are the agents of change. How is it that we can go into this mass awareness and accelerated what I call activism, so that you build a whole of society movement to make a fundamental shift? And the fundamental shift starts with you refusing. We need to consume less. We need to, reuse, or we need to adapt to the fact that climate has changed. Now, this is the new reality. I think acknowledging the circumstance we are in, organizing ourselves to take action, and accelerating that in a fundamental way is definitely very, very key. Because I see that we are in a situation where we are kind of going through all of this UN and meetings and discussions, but when it comes to actually driving action, we are still very tentative, we are still not sure, and we don't realize the avalanche that is going to hit us. It will be much worse than a tsunami, and it was going to be devastating, because environment will have no, limits to what will happen. And we have know this from the story in the story of Noah. In all the scriptures, it has been spoken before. And I think it's a similar period that we are going to deal with in terms of the fact that I would say that we need to really push forward on awareness, activism, advocacy, and action.
Thank you, Dato'. So yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I mean, the way that things are moving or has been moving so far is very reactive. So how do we be more proactive? How do we push for the advocacy or awareness to be out? I open that to our panelists.
I tend to agree. Yeah. Number one, there's almost everybody here talk about mindset change, behavioral change, and then a few you mentioned about COP, right? I just shared in the group chat. Can the administrator boleh tak share the slides that I share in the group chat if it's possible? What I learned, people is driven initiative is very important, because if it's actually top down alone, eventually, or it's KPI driven, the minute your bosses left, that's it, yeah. And then you're no longer driving it, or the minute a school principal leaves the school, the new principal comes in, whatever initiative that is started in that school would go down the drain. What's important? Ownership, passion, resilience, and you must do it from your heart. You do it because you know it's a good thing to do. You do it with a good intention. The niat must be right. Nawaitu tu kena betul. And if I can have that the slide that I shared, please. The reason I'm saying this is because I've seen this so many times, yeah, where there are so many initiatives that are started, and that's it. It ends there the minute the person leaves. And from my dealing with various youth organizations, the youth are very, very passionate. Yeah, they are really driven. And they actually need the corporate support to do it. But sometimes, you mentioned about COP, and then I was presenting a paper. I've presented papers at COP. Yeah, I've been to COP. We've been involved in COP 4 times. That I just took it from COP 29. The first 2 is from the same bin. You can see the content, what is it? You can see the title of the bin, yeah? And these are the people who are supposed to be in the know, to be the converted, to be the one who's driving, and to be the country's leadership who's driving ESG, SDG, you name it, yeah? And this is their behavior. If you mentioned they were having a party. This is another party that they're having. Almost every day I check the bins. Yeah? And there's this global south and global north talk. People always, apa ni global south, global north? What is COP? Yeah? To me, COP is just like a parliament where the opposition party and the governing party discuss about initiative. One will agree, one will disagree. Eventually, they will come up with whatever decision. That brings me to picture number 3. I went to pavilion of the global north, the so-called converted, yeah. And the first 2 pictures still okay. They still are responsible to buang sampah inside the bin. The third one, all the paper cups after the presentation, the talks are thrown on the ground. And I saw this gentleman was picking up. He's the only one who bothered. So whatever we do here, we must do it not because KPI, we must do it because we believe in it, because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can get...
Go ahead, sir.
If I can get the second video to be played.
Sure. Can you help with the second video from Think City?
I think people generally, let me just let me review the video first.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Karen Sabiti bersama daripada PPR Dr. Razak. This is the main platform yang untuk you bersuara. This is a platform yang dianjurkan baik City boleh menyuarakan pendapat korang dan korang boleh memberi solusi kepada permasalahan yang usul yang telah dibangkitkan di dalam sidang.
Nama saya Muhammad Hafiz bin Hamzah daripada PPR Taman Mandi. Belia-belia yang berada di kawasan PPR, di kawasan perumahan awam sangat perlukan bantuan, perhatian daripada agensi-agensi kerajaan dan syarikat-syarikat yang berada di luar sana untuk membantu mereka, terutama dari segi pendidikan, dari segi sosioekonomi.
Suara anak muda dalam pembangunan negara cukup penting kerana mereka merupakan aset negara dan mereka merupakan pemimpin masa hadapan. Oleh sebab itu, kita kena libatkan mereka dari usia yang muda lagi supaya mereka boleh membuat dasar bersama agensi dan pihak berkuasa. Harapan saya untuk program K2K adalah mereka memperkasakan lagi program ini dengan mempunyai kerjasama rapat dengan agensi supaya usul-usul dan cadangan bernas yang dibawa oleh belia tidak terbazir sahaja di peringkat dewan ini tetapi akan dibawa ke peringkat seterusnya dan menjadi satu dasar pelaksana polisi yang baru. Itu harapan saya.
Now, what I just showed you just was actually to show that these are people who are children from the youth from the public housing community through a process of education, empowerment, enablement. Today they are able to stand forth to actually put together public policy and advocate in the Sidang Anak Muda. And this is something that we are trying to say, look, if we go down there, people will transform. Typically, quote unquote, people who in public housing are seen to be not worthy of support, or generally they say that they have got program masalah sikap. But what we have said when we have done is that we believe that they are the drivers of change. And in Kuala Lumpur, 1 in 4 persons live in public housing. And currently we work in 10 public housing where we are dealing with 50,000 people in communities. And it's amazing to see the transformation they are bringing to their own places. And I think this is the key point, is saying you need to direct resources to the ground, empower them, and enable them, equip them. They will drive the transformation that is needed. Have faith and move forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, perhaps from the audience also, from the panelists? If any questions to each other or from the audience to the panelists before I ask a fiery questions. Go ahead, Encik Amri. Our organizer for the forum as well. Thank you, CIMT.
Thank you, Dato'. If anyone has a question, please feel free to take. But I'm really interested, and thank you very much, the panelists, for the excellent sharing. I'm interested particularly in Dato' Hamdan's case, but this is a question generally for all. When you talk about change of mindsets, kind of thinking, what usually is required is time. And political masters have a limited time frame. So how do you balance that change of mindset with, as you want it to be done as soon as possible? So if you can share some insights on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I think you're definitely right that politicians works on election cycles, and probably that's between 3 to 5 years. And in the last 5 years, we had a bad streak. If that repeats itself, then that's disaster for us as a country. But that's a case of, unfortunately, I call democracy letting us down. And that's also more the reason why we are saying focus in empowering the Rakyat. Focus to build capacity of the Rakyat. When the Rakyat stands forward, politicians will follow the mood of the Rakyat. If you don't drive the Rakyat to drive politicians, then I don't think you can have sustained outcome.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Faiza.
I agree. It's both top down and bottoms up. As we can see, Undi 18, that is already a proven track record for Malaysia to say that Malaysia has already changed in that area. But Undi 18 not just happened that year. It takes a long time for that to happen. And when we talk about environment, I want to take to those who were actually baby boomers or Gen X, is it? Jangan meludah di merata-rata. Do not spit everywhere and anywhere. Back then, when I was growing up, I saw my parents, my aunties, uncles, neighbors, all were put here, put there, everywhere. But 40 years, 50 years later, we do not see that anymore. The reason being because at the policy level, in TV, in the bus station, in the school bus, everywhere, you see that notice, jangan meludah di merata-rata. I hope that, at the people's level, we do not buang sampah di merata-rata, we do not throw rubbish everywhere anymore. It starts from us. Of course, that is not enough. But at the same time, the movement by our youth group is very important, and I'm seeing the drive happening now, both at the ground level and as well as like our Minister Nick Nazmi are involving youth in a lot of his initiative. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Sharia, Nelly.
I wanted to share when we talk about sustainability, the effort that we're going to put in cannot be a short-term measure. I'm glad that you brought up that question. So one of the signature programs that we have in Yayasan Petronas is in tackling the students out there. Definitely, we're not going to be able to tackle all the students. There are 5 million students in Malaysia, but what we are doing is tackling the teachers, upskilling the teachers to make sure that the teachers will be able to embed the mindset change to the students. And that will give us a lot more opportunities and hopes to be able to reach out to a greater number of students. So the program that we have is a 10-year program. And I'm glad Prof. Tadi mentioned about STI and the need of STEM. So that's what we're doing. We're doing it via STEM because the solutions to a lot of the problems will require STEM at the back of our men. And when we talk about STEM, it is not, physics is not going to help you solve the problems, chemistry is not going to help you solve the problems, and maths is not going to help you solve the problems, but it's the integration, getting all of them to work together to solve the problem. And having this long-term program that we are working closely with the Ministry of Education to tackle the youth, because the youth, the students out there, they are not biased to how we're going to resolve the problems that we're facing right now. A lot of us are already biased to various challenges, and therefore guiding or what guides us to solve the problems is very much influenced by a lot of stuff that are going on out there without really focusing on what's really needed to solve the problems. But when we work with the young ones, their creativity and their genuine intent to want to solve the problem will really look into how it can really benefit communities out there. They're so pure about wanting to solve the problems out there, and that's what we need. Additional to that, the students. See, all of us watch movies. There are a lot of movies that we watch in the past that we thought is so advanced. You know, these things about graphene, these things about robots that are going to be working and living together with us in a community. We thought all of that are going to be things of the future, not going to happen in our lifetime. And see what we are having right now. They are really, in our lifetime, it's really moving very, very fast, very rapidly. And things that are affecting the environment, we thought it's not going to happen in our lifetime. But what we see with the severity of the flood disaster common in Malaysia, it's getting worse and worse. And we thought it's not going to happen in our lifetime. The students out there, what we do, if I can mention what we do with the teachers, we work with them. It's not like they have not been introduced to engineering design process, but what we do is provide them with a platform where they can actually apply the knowledge engineering design process to solve problems, and getting children to be involved in designing solutions to the problems that are faced. And again, talking about STEM, it's really rewriting the narratives that STEM is difficult, rewriting the narratives, the intimidation of what STEM has been creating to all of the students out there, and giving them a platform where they can discover, explore how they would be able to solve problems. And that is not going to happen over 2-3 years' time. It has to be a long-term target, a long-term plan that has to be designed to work, and it has to survive the 5-yearly cycles that all of us go through. Yeah, and yeah, we totally believe in long-term investment to make sure that there will be sustainable impact that we can bring into society, and the best bet for all of us is actually with the young ones, with the students out there.
Thank you. Okay. Are you okay for time, Dato'? Okay, so maybe a round of applause to Dato' Hamdan as well and the panelists. Dato' needs to leave. Thank you for coming, sir. We're very honored to have you. Prof, you have anything to add on before we go to the
of course,
question?
when we talk about STEM, I'm very into it. Then I also like to add that when we talk about the issue and so on, we will have a campaign like Cintai Sungai Kita, campaign Tak Nak Rokok, but it's actually totally failed. It's totally failed. Yeah, because of the understanding of the science is actually, they put it some way too difficult. Yeah. So when we talk about STEM, I've been from Arau to Sampurna for the past 20 to 25 years. So of course we've been doing lots of training to STEM teachers, and at one point they're already tired. Yeah. So now what we actually is looking at is slightly different. We would like to train the non-STEM teachers to embed the STEM teaching inside their curriculum. For example, very simple. Way back then, I'm sure that you remember karangan. You have to write bercuti ataupun berpiknik di tepi pantai, tepi sungai. Ya, semua pernah tulis kan? I'm sure. So right now, it's the same question as well that my daughter is doing. So I told her, why don't you write about the pollution, about the leptospirosis and so on. So he said, no, teacher tolak markah. Okay, because the curriculum, the marking scheme is like that. So this is something very simple that we can embed. Look at the history. We're just talking about the history, about the dates that they have to remember, the years, blah blah, and so on. But there is lots of history behind it. For example, right now, we are working on the One Belt One Road initiative, the Silk Road. Behind Silk Road, there are so many science and technology behind it to solve many of the problems that we are facing right now. Yeah, so we should be looking at that. That's the example. So I think we have to work with the non-STEM teachers, because somehow they are using a very simple, a layman's word, yeah, to the kids, and kids will be easy to grasp. Because as you said just now, when we talked about the STEM teachers, the mindset STEM is difficult. So we need to break that. So most of the campaign can be, clearly disseminated, and inshallah it will be happening. So
Thank you. Hiromichi-san, and after that, perhaps Mr. Xiaohun can ask a question.
Okay, no, just a quick comment about STEM, because UNESCO we are now paying more and more attention to STEM, because we believe that it is part of the foundational skills for ensuring the employability of young people. But we believe that it is more important for them to be able to apply STEM knowledge into the real world needs. And I think what is missing in this discussion is the engagement of the industries and the enterprises. And UNESCO has been supporting the establishment of sector skills body, sector skills councils, by inviting industries to come to UNESCO, work with us, and help the Ministry of Education to develop the more pertinent curricula. And then also we ask them to give us an opportunity so that our students can go there and receive some practical knowledge in their workplace. And I believe that this is very pertinent in the context of the greening, because we are talking about solid waste management, we are talking about EV, and our teachers in the school education institution, they may not have the latest knowledge, so they do have to go to the company and the industries to acquire the latest knowledge that the society and the economy needs. And this is something UNESCO would like to promote more and more. Thank you.
Thank you, Hiromichi-san. Question from Ms. Xiaohun from Penang Institute.
Thank you. Hello, testing. Hi. Thank you so much for the session and the sharing. And as you explain further, it makes me wonder, we are all talking or maybe pitching to the converted, and what's important is to reach out to the non-converted. Yes, students is a very important layer, but if let's say they see whatever you preach is not whatever you practice, I don't think that installation and that is going to be embraced further. Would you maybe be able to add on to this part on how are we going to move beyond just reaching out to students or to certain teachers and stuff like that, because that's not going to be sustainable. And you're gonna just repeat this cycle over and over and over again in training. Yeah, that's that.
Thank you. Any comments or thoughts?
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Maybe when we talk about sustainability, ESG, maybe the top 5% of the countries are in the conversation, but the rest are not. If you go to the East Coast, if you go to up north, etc., they do not know what is climate change. They do not know ESG. Their conversation is different. Hari ni panas, you know, bah lagi tinggi this year compared to last year, and therefore, especially corporates, yeah, we have corporations nationwide, yeah, all the way to Perlis. And those corporations who are actually having businesses in Perlis would have that role to actually invest in CSR in that area. Like what I understand, Petronas, for example, would invest in areas that you have businesses in. And at Alam, we try, I mean, we are very new, we try as much as possible to reach out to those who are not within the school. Yeah? For example, the Orang Asli deep in Roya Belum. We also reach out to the graduates and also those who are still in Pusat Serenti, to actually educate them. You know, when you go out, how can you actually use environment? Get them to involve in mangrove planting. For them to understand why, what, etc. And I understand there are so many NGOs, etc., who are doing this, but it is not enough. School play an important role, kelab sukan, kelab kebun, etc. And that is also not enough. School leadership, and then children is very important also. And like for example, I mentioned about our ESD survey, yeah? Where right now Ministry of Education are already putting this as part of their 10-year plan. But that 10-year plan is not just looking at school students. We are also looking at community. We are also looking at youth, etc. And we said this is actually a committee that was set up by Ministry of Education that involve industry players. And if any one of you are interested to contribute for this purpose, please approach me or anybody here. We are more than happy to include all of you inside this conversation, because this will go into the next 10-year education blueprint.
Thank you.
Can I just a little bit more?
I just want to.
Okay.
I just want to add to what you're saying just now. Yeah. So, Yayasan Petronas is the social impact arm of Petronas. So it's a corporate foundation. Petronas perhaps pay a lot of attention to the areas where we're operating, but Yayasan Petronas go all over. So we are. Our presence is in all the 14 states in Malaysia. But to answer the lady's question just now about ensuring sustainable changes, I think this morning, I think yesterday, I'm sure you guys heard it as well. If any changes were to be made sustainable, it cannot be just implementation at that time. There has to be ecosystem impact that you want to bring in. There would be policy changes, perhaps. If that needs to happen, it has to happen. Otherwise, the change is only going to last for as long as whoever is doing it at the moment are still there. Yeah. So with what I shared just now about what we're doing with the teachers, it is not just with the teachers. We started with cohort 1. We are now into year 4, and we have cohort 6 just recruited. And at the same time, what we're doing with the Ministry of Education is to also, hopefully, the new teachers who are going to be teaching will already have all of what the current participants of our Duta Guru program learn. Whatever that the skills that they have is already embedded in the curriculum for the new teachers. So teachers, when they start, they already have what they need to have to be able to teach them in a much, much more interesting and inviting manner. So that it's not going to last just for this shift or this cohort, but it's going to be forever. And also, when we talk about ecosystem changes, that's where the 2-year program that each cohort go through, each one of the Duta Guru go through, it doesn't stop there. The moment they complete the program, that's actually when they start their journey, because we're going to equip them with STEM kit for them to be able to use when they do projects with their students. And we also invite them to come in and pitch for programs that they want to do in their schools. for each pitching, they have the opportunity to be able to get a grant up to 20,000 ringgit for them to be able to implement programs. And when we talk about programs, these are not just little science project. It could be, proposal for flood mitigation system. It could be proposals for, aquaponics or IoTs that will help ensure that food production is going to happen more sustainably. So projects that are really going to be towards supporting real life problems. And it's not going to happen if the authority is not onboarded. So that's where we are working very, very closely in partnership with the Ministry of Education to make sure that the changes are going to last.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nelly. Prof. Basha.
All right. Yes, because I'm a lecturer, so I have to ask the question to the audience, right? So that you get to know what's going on. Now, you have heard environmental, sustainable, green, and then come climate. So what are the differences between all these things? If you understand the difference, then you know how to solve that issue. Because otherwise people keep thinking green is sustainable, sustainable is related to environmental, then come the climate change. So you should get to know. So I really hope to get some answers from any of the audience. And back to that, when we talk about the sustainable development goals, there are other things that, to back it up, which is actually IDG. Inner development goal. You can do many kind of activities, but if there is no emotion involved, the empathy, it won't be right. So for example, in Indonesia, there is a school, and then with a group of teachers, they run what we call as empathy-based IBSE, say empathy. So instead of teaching mathematics, well, you know the kebat question, right? Ayam ada 2 kaki, atau 4 kaki, berapa kaki ada, whatever it is. But they come with a very specific question or introduction. They are using the disaster. For example, earthquake, tsunami, or volcanoes right now that's going on. The destruction, how much it costs. Yeah, so they put the empathy, the losses, they show the picture, what happened to the building and so on, and then they start to do the calculation, which is actually mathematics based on the empathy. So if you want, you feel the empathy to the earth, or now we are working on the planetary earth, then you start to understand, you feel more responsible, because otherwise we just keep teaching just on the surface. So you guys can look at what is IDG, inner development goal. It should be supported, it should be embedded in our curriculum, because when I talk about IDG, no one basically know what's that. Yeah, so maybe some of you maybe first time heard it, because I also know a few years back. But same as well, in my teaching, I have to put it in the beginning so that they can feel it. I think just now you mentioned as well, when you mentioned about panah, when they talk about the climate change, they always talk about it, but you have to put it, the feeling, how to solve this. Only then all the campaign can work out, all the policies can work out, because otherwise, yeah. Okay, so maybe someone like to answer the question, the differences between environment, green, sustainable, then climate change.
Anyone from the audience? Mr. Hiromichi, is there anything that you want to add on the question just now?
Yeah, sustainability. Yes, I mean, we are always discussing it when we provide our technical support and also the policy advice. And yes, of course, we UNESCO believe that the teacher is the key element of the change makers. And so sorry, I'm getting back to my skills for employability point of view now. And one of our common message that we are sending to our member states is the teachers, especially teachers who are teaching environmental technologies at the post-secondary vocational colleges, they have to spend some time at the industries as part of their professional, in-service training, so that they can update their knowledge. Otherwise, they cannot teach proper techniques, greening techniques to their students. And unfortunately, this is not happening in many developing countries who we know. So, but Malaysia is now close to the high-income countries, and you have a very well-matured, developed private sectors and the enterprises in front of you. So I do hope that the educational institutions, they establish more intimate, more close relationship with the industries and the enterprises, and the teachers should go there to update their knowledge, and they should send their students to the companies, and maybe they should invite country industry representatives to come to schools as a contract teachers level, and then I hope that you can learn each other between the educational institutions and also the industry sides. So that's one of UNESCO's core message. Thank you.
Thank you, Hiromichi-san. I think we're about to come to the end of the session, but perhaps Prof wants to give the answer to your questions just now. You know, nanti ada yang balik tak tidur, nanti apa jawapannya?
I think you can find out, or you can basically know what is the difference, because sustainable definitely is for long term, but green chemistry, I think I put the 12 principles. It start always with the prevention. Try not to, for example, I've been flying a lot. Turkish Airlines have the new tagline: you reduce the weight, not because you have to, the extra charge, but they code it with the carbon footprint. You reduce the weight of your baggage, so you reduce the CO2, and then you get some points, or they reduce what you call, they give something to you. So that is actually a simple campaign. So we know that we want to get our body fit and so on, so maybe we can change towards that points. Another part is, I'm working on the lung cancer, but what we saw right now is the increase, for example, in ladies. Yeah, while I was in Harvard, the School of Public Health, the T.H. Chan, now they recorded that it's actually due to third-hand smoking. So do you know what is third-hand? We know that first-hand, of course, second-hand. Then the third one is actually the fabrics, the clothing. And now I'm with the vet in UPM. I'm working with them. So they have seen that many metastasis lung cancer amongst dogs. So where this thing come from? It's actually the air. So I've tried to bring it back. If you put the empathy, looking at lung cancer is actually the what you call this, the most fatal one. Yeah, looking at it, then you start to understand the importance of green chemistry, then environment. Then we're talking about sustainable, and of course, everything will lead to the climate change. So I think I put it that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Probably 1 minute each for the last concluding remarks, starting with Mr. Hiromichi.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for giving these opportunities. This is my first time to come here and join the discussion of this Green City Action Plan. And I found that it looks very attractive projects, and I do hope that UNESCO can be part of it by bringing our expertise of education and training. And as I repeatedly said, I believe that the education and training institutions should work more closely with local enterprises and local industries. And we are very human-centric. We are looking at the individual students, and the students' life will not be over at the time of the graduation. They will continue to work at their companies, local companies and enterprises. So we would like to look at their whole ecosystems, not only at the schools, but also including their local enterprises especially. So we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Sharianelli?
When we talk about the SDG, there are 17 SDG, and SDG 17 is about partnership and collaboration. And I guess for us to be able to solve the problem, it is all of us in partnership. Top down, bottom up, kiri, kanan, left, right, everybody has to be doing something about it, so that we'll be able to tackle it together.
Thank you. Thank you. Adjunct Professor Wan Faiza?
I agree. It's a whole society, whole country, whole nation approach. It starts from each and every one of us. When we do this because we want to do it, because we believe in it, because we know that it's important, and we do not do this for the sake of KPI. if we do it for the sake of KPI, that's the end of sustainability.
Thank you, ma'am. Prof. Khamis Basharuddin, your last concluding remarks.
I think in my last slide, very simple, mind change and act now, act boldly. That's all.
Thank you, everyone. Big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much for taking your time to be with us today. We really appreciate it. And inshallah, hopefully we'll be meeting each other again in the next edition or next session. Thank you everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, and thank you, Dato. We invite Dato and also the panelists to take a photograph on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that it has been a wonderful session where we had the fireside chat, cultivating green minds for green cities, advancing education for sustainable development through the Greening Education Partnership. Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Mahathir, and to all our speakers for inspiring us on this importance of education in sustainable development. So let's give them a big round of applause, please. And we invite our guests to alight the stage for us to clear the stage for the next part of the program, which is the GCIF 24 MOU and Agreement Exchange Ceremony. Once again, we'd like to thank Yang Berbahagia Datuk Insinyur Technologist Dr. Mahathir Mohamad for moderating the session earlier, and also our panelists, Mr. Hiromichi Katayama, Ms. Sharia Nelly Francis, Ms. Wan Faiza Chedden, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Hamdan Abdul Majid, and Professor Chemist Dr. Muhammad Basharuddin Abdul Rahman. And right after this, we have another interesting part of the session, which is the MOU and Agreement Exchange Ceremony. Please give us just 1 minute to clear the stage. What's happening after this, ladies and gentlemen, will be the session where we have the MOU and Agreement Exchange Ceremony. We have about 10 exchanges to be made, as well as the closing remarks, followed by the launch of the IMT-GT Business Excellence Award Ceremony as per the program.
Can I just say?
Sure.
As I was listening, particularly at the last session, I was taking down notes because there were so many ideas that, can be gleaned from all of the initiatives done here that I thought hopefully can be replicated in a country, for example, like mine, the Philippines,
yeah.
really battered by natural disasters all the time.
Yeah.
While we're spending, I just wanted to share my own experience with disasters. When I started as a journalist 16 years ago, there was only 1/4 of the year where you cover typhoons, right? And by the end of it, by 10-13 years later, you find that half the time, 6 months of the year, you're battered by natural disasters.
Yes.
Not even including volcanic eruptions, landslide, and all sorts of stuff. So you have many communities that go restart lives appended each and every time. And you see the whole gist of this discussion is that you have the big discussions, the big floors, the COP and everything, but it all goes back to grassroots education.
Exactly.
And so there has to be a big link, right?
Yeah.
Connecting what is discussed in the powers that be, in the areas where the powers that be, and also translating it down to something that is quite understandable.
Yes.
So I was writing down a lot of ideas and I thought,
as mentioned by our speakers earlier, I mean, we can talk and talk, but we need to have the implementation and also the awareness and, of course, the partnerships Yeah,
Yeah,
that
and
needs to be
also
done.
education, right? Because understanding climate change or
Yeah.
the lack of it is
Yes.
intergenerational.
Exactly.
It's not taught in schools even at this point. Like when they said we need to put empathy in the calculus, in the calculation, it's actually more than just memorization.
Mhm.
You know, Asian education is rigid,
Yes.
but where is that meaningful learning that,
Yeah.
that we need to emphasize? So really, there was so much to glean off those sessions, and I'm really grateful
Yeah.
that I was able to moderate and at the same time be a sponge of all the ideas that were thrown out there.
And we hope that the
during
members of the
discussion.
audience have also been
Inspired.
by all this. That that you can take something and you can bring it home to your country, such as like you in the Philippines, right? That's something that you can adopt and also adapt to your own home country. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, Malaysia has been quite inspiring when it comes to these initiatives.
We may have a lot of awareness programs and also implementation, but I think for us it's also reaching out more to the masses and at the same time have some sort of proper framework and maybe a little bit more of enforcement. Yes.
And the hardest part there really is getting that inserted in the curriculum,
Exactly,
right? And
yeah.
getting the teachers ready to teach that, because
Yes.
even I, for example,
Mm.
as a mother, I'm not quite equipped to
Mm.
teach that. I rely on YouTube to find the educational videos to teach my child about climate change. So
Yeah.
imagine so many other women, right? I was also another point that I saw, and sorry, as while we prepare and we're trying to break and stop people from leaving. One thing that I also realized during the discussion, there was one bullet point that was harness indigenous knowledge. And I thought that was something that we could discuss more. So much about our history, indigenous communities actually have that expertise, right? That unfortunately perhaps lost because it wasn't passed down, because modernity and all of the new technology had basically had overtaken what we knew. For example, my grandfather, who is a fisherman, right? He's now 86. When I took him back to the island to visit the place where he was born, he looked at the sea and I put him on a boat and he said, turn the boat this way. Because he was able to feel just with the wind where the tide would turn.
Wow.
And it's something that
Yes.
that is not it's not taught to us.
Yes.
We don't experience anymore. And I think it's something that we can look back, harnessing indigenous knowledge, looking at what were the practices way before, and then maybe merging them with technology, celebrating that, and really finding activities and initiatives that are quite socially appropriate to within the context of that community.
And it's interesting that you mentioned indigenous communities and all that, because they don't have any wastages.
No.
You understand?
No.
You get it, right? Whatever they do or whatever they use, they can use the other parts of what they don't use for other purposes. Yeah.
Everything is recycled, redistributed.
Reused. Exactly.
For example, vegetable peels are
Yes.
then used in compost. I give it to
Repurposed,
I give
yeah.
it to our turtles. I give it to the pets, Sibole, and stuff like this. It's something that we also lost. So
Exactly.
perhaps harnessing indigenous knowledge and then bringing them over to cities, and trying to make sure that that is also not lost.
I mean, just one big part of it is reducing the use of plastic,
Yeah.
which we are slowly doing. But at the same time, what are other ways that we can do to reuse and repurpose so that we can reduce wastages?
That's quite difficult.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be continuing on really soon. Just for your information, just as a gentle reminder that we would like you to scan the QR code that you have here, not only to peruse the program book of this conference, but at the same time, we also would appreciate for you to provide feedback in the survey or the feedback form. So please fill up the feedback form in the program book once you have scanned it, and we really appreciate the feedback. And as we have mentioned earlier, we are hopefully going to have another conference in September next year.
Yes, there are bigger plans for next year, and we're hoping to hear from you about your suggestions about how to better enhance the program next year. So please give us your feedback.
All
through
feedbacks
this.
will be much appreciated. Since
Want
this
more
is the
coffee
first
breaks,
time.
bigger snacks, longer lunch. Let us know.
Or maybe more coffee tables in the conference room or something.
Okay, so
So as mentioned earlier, we are going to have this MOU and agreement exchange ceremony where we have 10 MOUs and agreements to be exchanged soon.
All right. Okay. So now we go to the other part of our program today, which is the signing of MOU agreements between GCAP implementation partners. And this is, of course, a significant highlight of the Green Cities Investment Forum this year. This ceremony represents impactful collaborations to advance sustainable development and climate action through Green City Action Plans.
So to officiate this session, we are honored to invite Yang Berbahagia Dato' Insinyur Technologist Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, the Director of IMTGT Joint Business Council Malaysia, and Mr. Amzar Azhar, the Deputy Director of IMTGT Joint Business Council, to take the center stage. Dipersilakan. And we shall now proceed to invite our esteemed partners one by one to join us on stage as we announce each exchange and its objectives. The respective representatives will proceed to the stage and take their designated positions on the stage. We shall begin with the first exchange, the MOU between the Asian Development Bank ADB, ICLEI Local Government for Sustainability, and IMTGT Joint Business Council Malaysia, represented by the Asian Development Bank and ICLEI, Mr. Imani Kumar. Mr. Resano will be representing Asian Development Bank, ADB. And this MOU signifies a strategic collaboration to develop and implement green city action plans in Malaysia, enhancing competitiveness, resilience, and sustainable urban development. Thank you, Mr. Rosano and Mr. Imani Kumar. Please take your positions on stage. On the stage, please. Next, we have the MOU between
the MOU between IMTGT Joint Business Council of JBC Malaysia, Green Growth Asia Foundation, and Expomal International. Of course, this partnership promotes sustainable urban development, fosters public-private partnerships, and drives innovation to achieve climate-neutral and resilient cities. The representatives of several peers at Green Growth Asia Foundation, Mr. Anandan Shanmugam, and of course, Expomal International, Mr. Jiwei Chan.
Moving on to the third exchange, the MOU between IMTGT Joint Business Council Malaysia Green Growth Asia Foundation, and Sunway University. And we'd like to welcome Dr. Yeo Kiat Ho, representing the Associate Professor Dr. Chen Jit Eun. And this MOU advances the Education for Sustainable Development ESD, which supports the Green City Action Plans GCAP and fosters green innovation and capacity building.
The next MOU will be between IMT-GT Joint Business Council, Green Growth Asia Foundation, and
Shia
Kuala University. This partnership drives the Eco-Campus Sustainability Action Nexus, integrating sustainability into education and creating climate-resilient campus models.
Please welcome on stage from Shia Kuala University, Dr. Mozailin Afan. The next exchange is the MOU between IMT-GT Joint Business Council Malaysia, Green Growth Asia Foundation, and PUC Berhad. And we'd like to welcome on stage the representative from PUC Berhad, Mr. Wayne Lim, with the objective of this collaboration focusing on sustainable development initiatives, including green living solutions and resilient city projects.
The next MOU to be presented will be between Green Growth Asia Foundation and Presto Technology. This MOU enhances fundraising capabilities through a robust CRM platform supporting sustainability programs and donor engagement. Representing Presto Technology is Mr. Pron Cheng.
Our next exchange is the MOU between IMT-GT Joint Business Council Malaysia and Red Hot Media Sdn Bhd. And the objective is this partnership to introduce impactful projects, including the IMT-GT Business Excellence Awards 2025, to enhance cross-border collaboration and innovation. And representing Red Hot Media Sdn Bhd is Ms. Lim E. May.
The next MOU will be between IMT-GT Joint Business Council Malaysia and Equilibrium Climate Capital. This collaboration drives climate-focused investments, fostering innovative solutions, and mobilizing private sector financing. Representing Equilibrium Climate Capital is Ms. Valeria Raimundo Orlando.
The next exchange, we'd like to welcome. This is exchange between IMT-GT Joint Business Council Malaysia and Q Group Berhad, or QGB. And this partnership advances the sustainable urban growth through innovative infrastructure, climate resilient investments, and public-private collaboration. And representing QGB or Q Group Berhad is Yang Berbahagia Dr. Muhammad Iqbal bin Muhammad.
The next MOU will be between IMT-GT Joint Business Council Malaysia and Focus Hijau. This MOU promotes innovative solutions such as the Graph Eco Block Sustainable Stormwater Solution to enhance climate resilience and sustainable infrastructure development.
Representing Focus Hijau Sdn Bhd, we would like to welcome Mr. Muhammad Izran bin Muhammad Al Amin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with all our esteemed partners on stage, we will proceed with a group photo session to commemorate this significant milestone. So let us give our partners a big round of applause, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us once again congratulate all our partners for their visionary collaboration and shared commitment to sustainability. These partnerships represent a pivotal step in implementing green city action plans and shaping a greener, more inclusive, and resilient IMT-GT sub-region. We eagerly look forward to hearing about the progress and achievements of these partnerships in the next edition of the Green Cities Investment Forum in 2025. Thank you all, and let's give them a big round of applause. You may now alight the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, may I have your attention, please? We're now moving to an exciting segment of today's program, the official launching of the IMT-GT Business Excellence Awards for 2025. These awards make a significant milestone for the IMT-GT region as we come together to celebrate and recognize the invaluable contributions of businesses across Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. Rooted in the IMT-GT mantra of private sector lead and public sector supported, these awards aim to highlight innovation, sustainability, and collaboration that drive regional growth and resilience. To begin, I am pleased to invite Mr. Wayne Lim of Red Hot Media to provide an overview of the IMT-GT Business Excellence Awards. Mr. Wayne, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wayne. I represent Red Hot Media. Firstly, I must thank Dato' Mahathir Mohamad and your excellent team, and also IMT-GT Joint Business Council for giving us this opportunity to assist and manage this very important initiative of your esteemed organization. When it comes to SMEs, they are really, really close to my heart. So I've been doing this SMB engagement and communication for almost 30 years now. Okay. So why is this award important? I mean, from my organization perspective, because the SME, what they have done for the economy and the society, they need to be recognized. And they don't get as much recognition as they deserve as compared to the large corporation. This is why that a business award like this is very important to recognize their contribution and achievement. And I'm very grateful to Dato' Mahathir and his team for taking this initiative, because as Dato' and team share with us, the contribution of this SME in these triangle areas are so large that nobody even noticed, nobody even mentioned, and many of times they are being neglected, right? So as we all know that collectively, the SME in Malaysia itself contribute to close to 70% of employment opportunity without people realize. It's a large number, right? Without SMEs, many jobs will be lost. Without SME, the GDP or economy cannot grow, right, sustainably and contribute to the welfare of the society. So I shall not share too much, right? I think Dato' and his team, they know better than us. So I shall leave the floor now, the stage now to Dato'. Please review what is in store for the excellent work that SME has done. Thank you so much, Dato'.
Thank you, Mr. Wayne Lim, for the insightful briefing and introduction. We would like to welcome Yang Berbahagia Dato' Senior Technologist Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, the Director of IMT-GT Joint Business Council, to share more about the strategic vision and objectives of these awards. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia Dato' Dr. Mahathir.
Thank you so much, Mr. MC, Mr. Zamil. Yang Berusaha Dr. Muhammad Shahrin bin Umar, Director Regional Development Division, Ministry of Economy Malaysia, Mr. Antonio Rosano from Asian Development Bank and the team, Mr. Amri Buhairi Bhatia, Director, Center for IMT-GT Sub-Regional Cooperation, Mr. Mani Kumar, Deputy Secretary General, ICLE, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good evening. Thank you so much, my friend Wayne, for the very kind introduction. I have to stick to the script, otherwise I'll go off tangent and will take a longer time. It is an honor to stand before you today at this very momentous occasion, which is the official launch of the IMTGT Business Excellence Award 2025. This marks a significant milestone for the IMTGT region as we come together to recognize and celebrate the outstanding contributions of businesses across Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. And I'm also very happy to have my colleague, the chairman of Joint Business Council, IMTGT Indonesia, Pak Syarian, here today. Big round of applause to him as well. The IMTGT Business Excellence Awards are more than just accolades. As Wayne mentioned just now, they represent a platform to inspire, engage, and drive meaningful change across the Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand region. These awards embody the core philosophy of the IMTGT initiative, which is private sector-led and public sector supported. Today, environmental, social, and governance ESG practices are at the heart of business success. The world is increasingly looking to the private sector to lead the charge in addressing global challenges, from climate change to social equity, as what we have learned throughout the 2 days of the Green City Investment Forum 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, these awards are designed to spotlight businesses that are at the forefront of integrating ESG principles into their operations, whether by reducing carbon footprints, fostering inclusivity, or driving community empowerment. By doing so, the awards align with the broader sustainability goals of the IMTGT Green City Initiative and also the Green City Action Plans. Through this initiative, inshallah, we not only celebrate business achievements, but also create a ripple effect, encouraging others to embrace ESG values for the betterment of the region and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it is no coincidence that we are launching the IMTGT Business Excellence Awards 2025 here today during the Green Cities Investment Forum 2024, which is a beacon of innovation, sustainability, and collaboration, making it the ideal platform to introduce these awards. By tying the launch to this forum, we aim to showcase a synergy between sustainable urban development and private sector excellence, highlighting the role of businesses in driving the IMTGT sustainability agenda forward, and also, more importantly, to inspire action that transcends sectors and borders, fueling transformative change. The IMTGT Joint Business Council is proud to partner with Red Hot Media, RHM, for these awards, because our shared vision for empowering businesses and have a proven track record for engaging with the private sector meaningfully. And we really would like to thank Mr. Wayne and the team for giving us the opportunity to work closely together and sharing their extensive network and expertise, and make them the perfect partner to help us design, promote, and execute these awards effectively. We hope that this partnership ensures that the awards not only achieve their objectives, but also resonate deeply with the business community, creating a lasting impact across the IMTGT region. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who has made this launch possible, to our partners, stakeholders, and organizing team. Your dedication is deeply appreciated. To the businesses across the IMTGT region, I sincerely encourage you to take part in these awards. This is your chance to showcase your achievements, share your journey, and inspire others to follow in your footsteps. Together, let us build a brighter, more sustainable future. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all at the award ceremony next year. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. And thank you very much, Yang Berbahagia Dato' Dr. Mahathir, for your inspiring vision and insights on IMTGT Business Excellence Awards. Kindly remain on stage as we invite Mr. Wayne Lim and Ms. Lim Emain from Red Hot Media to join Yang Berbahagia Dato' Dr. Mahathir on stage for the official launch of the awards. So ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the screen as we unveil a teaser video that highlights the spirit, vision and objectives of these prestigious awards. Let's take a look. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the short teaser of the upcoming IMT-GT Business Excellence Awards happening in 2025. Thank you, Mr. Wayne Lim, and also Ms. Lim Yimei and Dr. Mahadi for your insights, and thank you for your attention. One group photo before we invite you to alight the stage. The official launch of the IMT-GT Business Excellence Awards 2025. Thank you very much, and we hope to continue to strengthen the bonds of collaboration, innovation and sustainability within the IMT-GT region. And we also like to take this opportunity to welcome Yang Berusaha Dr. Muhammad Shaharin bin Omar, the Director of Regional Development Division from the Ministry of Economy, Malaysia. Welcome, Yang Berusaha, Doctor.
We now proceed to the GCIF 24 Town Hall COP, featuring a pivotal statement from GCAP cities and private sector representatives. This action-oriented statement underscores a shared commitment to advancing climate-resilient and sustainable urban development in Malaysia. This aligns with the sustainability goals outlined in the 12th and 13th Malaysia Plan and supports regional and global sustainable development priorities. To deliver this important statement, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Imani Kumar, Deputy Secretary General of ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability, to take the stage. Mr. Kumar, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, if I say. Thank you for all the work yesterday and today. I know that it is not that easy to organize an event like this with so many participants, so much of work behind the scenes, and finally we are seeing this, the entire event yesterday and today coming to an end. What we were thinking since last few months, what should we do as a end portion, or like a what is that GCIF 24 is going to be remembered for? Like one, maybe yes, an excellence award, what IMT-GT has presented. Yesterday we have opening remarks by Deputy Director General from the Ministry of Economy and Mayor KL Kuala Lumpur, Maimuna, and IMT-GT CEO, and then we have sessions where cities have presented, ADB has presented, ICLEI has presented, like what is GCAP, what happened in the city governments, and we also have discussions on the blue-green economy. Yesterday evening, ADB has presented like what they are doing, and other institutions like how they are contributing, cities, how they are contributing, and what should be a combined factor like between GCF, between GCAP and blue-green economy. So all this has discussed yesterday and today in the morning on the financing of side of the cities. Where will the money come from? Who can invest into these projects? And how do we take it forward? These actions on ground. And just now, maybe an MOUs between IMTGT and various agencies that to showcase the commitment. This is what we are going to do for Green City Action Plan. This is how we are going to implement the Green City Action Plan. So that's what we have done since yesterday and till now on that. So what we are going to do is that we just want to bring a statement. That's what we were thought of. We had a lot of discussions among partners and also with ADB. And I'm just going to, this is like a just one-pager statement coming out of GCIF 2024. That's what this thing. We also had discussions that whether we should have maybe a declaration coming out of this particular GCIF, but we felt that it is better that we all gathered here, more than 300 odd participants, we are committing to the sustainable development, we are committing to the Green City Action Plan, we are committing to the Paris Agreement, we are committing to the all international agreements, on behalf of all of us, behalf of city governments, behalf of think tanks, behalf of non-governmental organizations, private sector, all that actually this thing. So this is how, this is what we have discussed, and this is the draft what we have brought in. I'll just go through it and I'll tell you that how we are going to proceed with this. You can see the entire text, maybe if I just have to go through it, like we, the representatives of the national and regional government, cities and city associations, the private sector, non-governmental organizations, think tanks, and multilateral development banks and agencies are united in our mission to support sustainable development in the IMTGT and Bimpiaga region. We recognize the importance of working jointly and building partnerships between cities, the private sector, the startups, domestic and international financial institutions, focusing on the leveraging the carbon markets, startups, youth, knowledge, partnerships, and skilling. Aligning with the principles of the 12th Malaysia Plan, IMTGT Vision for 2036, the Bimpiaga Vision for 2025, and reflecting the Sustainable Urban Development Framework of the IMTGT and the ASEAN Sustainable Urban Strategy, we agree that the multi-stakeholder collaboration is essential to drive sustainable urban development and the ultimate achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the Paris Agreement targets. This shared mission reflects a united front in ensuring sustainable prosperity for current and future generations. So what we are committing ourselves to, what we are saying, the partner in Green City Action Plan process, that's what we are asking everybody, to promote sustainable, low carbon and climate resilient city development. This is what we are partnering with, and we engage with earnestly with national and state governments to develop and implement policies that enable the transition to a blue-green circular economy and a sustainable urban future. We commit ourselves to integrate climate resilience strategies into urban planning to ensure the protection of communities, infrastructure, and ecosystems. We are committing to enable access to the climate finance and market-based financing mechanisms. We commit ourselves to implement the quality infrastructure investment projects to ensure equitable access to water, enhance climate resilience by addressing urban heat and flooding, implement sustainable urban transport initiatives, and enable circular economy solutions focused on the waste management, urban water, and food systems. We commit to forge partnerships among local communities, local governments, subnational governments, academic institutions, private sector to implement the Green City Action Plans that will be developed. We are committed to embedded education for sustainable development, ESD, as a cornerstone of the Green City Action Plans and pledge to actively support the Greening Education Partnerships, the GEP. we are committed to create an enabling environment and opportunities for youth participation in climate change and sustainable development actions. And we are committed to share knowledge and create a skilled workforce to enable the envisaged transitions. So together as partners, we pledge to build climate resilience and sustainable cities, crafting a legacy of hope, resilience, and opportunity. We pledge to move hand in hand, fueled by our shared purpose and determination to create cities that inspire, empower, and thrive. And the future is ours to shape, and the shaping begins now. So this is what we have drafted as a statement coming out of the GCIF 2024. I know that we have not gone to all of you to get your inputs into this particular statement, but we as an organizers agreed that we will share this with all of you, whoever wants to go through it, whoever wants to add one or two words or statements, you want to further on do that. Maybe we'll keep like a 10 days or a 2 weeks maximum time that we will share it with all of you. And if you want to add, as I said, anything, please get back to the organizers. We'll maybe give you a phone number also if you want to talk to any one of us. And we will then close this and we will declare this as a statement coming out of the GCIF 2024. I think that is the process we are going to follow, and I hope that that is okay with all of you. Can I have your hands raised as an agreement to the whole process? Okay. So thank you for all this. I have seen this. As a draft, we agree, yes? Not everybody is agreeing. Thank you. Anyway, we are still open to take your suggestions or comments, anything to finalize this, and we will bring this as part of our proceedings. Once they come, the statement will also come on that. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
This statement reflects a collective vision and commitment to sustainable urban transformation driven by collaboration between cities and the private sector. It highlights the immense potential of partnership and action in achieving a greener, more sustainable future. Thank you, GCAP, for the efforts, and of course, private sector representatives here today for your dedication to advancing these critical priorities. We are hopefully paving the way for a resilient and sustainable tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, before we proceed to the closing event to conclude the Green Cities Investment Forum 2024, we have an exciting announcement to share with you. Imagine a stage where visionaries, change makers, and industry leaders converge to shape the future of sustainable cities. A platform where innovation meets opportunities and bold ideas turn into impactful actions. This is what awaits you at the Green Cities Investment Summit, GCIS 2025. But first, let's take a look at this sneak peek, and please turn your attention to the screen in front of you for a special video presentation. Let's take a look. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mark your calendars. 22nd to 26th of September for the Green Cities Investment Summit, GCIS, happening here in the vibrant city of Kuala Lumpur. So join us as we build on the momentum of GCIF 2024, diving deeper into innovation, collaboration, and sustainable investment opportunities. And together, let's continue transforming our cities into thriving, resilient hubs that will inspire the world. And we look forward to welcoming you next year. So do save the date, and let's make GCIS 2025 an unforgettable experience, and we will see you next year in Kuala Lumpur. And ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of the Green Cities Investment Forum 2024, it is our honor to invite Yang Berusaha Dr. Muhammad Shahrin bin Omar, the Director of Regional Development Division from the Ministry of Economy Malaysia, to deliver the closing remarks. So please join me in welcome Yang Berusaha Dr. Muhammad Shahrin bin Omar.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, MC, and Mr. Antonio, representing ADB, Mr. Amri Bukhairi. Okay, you are still here. Thank you, Director of SIM, Yang Bagai Datuk Dr. Mahdi Muhammad. So Director of RTGT Joint Business Council, and Mr. Imani Kumar, Deputy Secretary General of ICLE. We are towards the end of the event, and I believe most of us are hoping that the speech should be short and brave. Okay, as we come to the end of this forum on the Green City Investment Forum, GCIF, on behalf of the Ministry of Economy, I would like to thank and congratulate Asian Development Bank, ADB, Center for MTGT Sub-Regional Corporation, SIM, Local Government for Sustainability, ICLE, South Asia, MTGT Joint Business Council, GBC, panelists, speakers, and participants for your contributions, insights, and dedication to shaping a sustainable future. And also a special thanks to the Honorable Datuk Sri Maimunah, Mayor of Kuala Lumpur, who was here yesterday, and the officers for all the assistance and support. The diverse perspective shared over the past 2 days from various policymakers, private sectors, leaders, and civil society have indeed deepened our understanding and strengthened our commitment towards sustainable urban development. The Green City Action Plan, or GCAP, serves as a guiding framework for cities to embark on a transformative journey towards becoming greener, cleaner, and more resilient. In the past 2 days, we had 5 plenary sessions covering detailed discussions on different aspects of GCAPs, blue economy integration, innovative financing mechanisms, and urban resilience strategies, as well as 2 fireside chat sessions on implementing green cities and cultivating green minds. And I'm happy to see just now there's about 10 partners who are here on the stage for the exchange of MOU. And I would like to congratulate as well GBC for the effort 2025 Excellence Business Award, that this is the first time that has been introduced for the private sector. So a big hand for JBC and the team for the work. Okay, every session has been a crucial step toward our shared goals, highlighting cities as hubs of innovation and resilience, and key players in combating climate change. The GCAPs serve as tools for aligning local actions with national and global sustainability goals. As we move forward, we must focus on translating these plans into tangible outcomes that benefit our communities, environment, and economy as a whole. So urbanization and climate change call for bold strategies and innovative solutions. At this GCIF 2024, we have seen how collaboration among governments, businesses, and communities can drive real progress. GCAPs exemplify this teamwork, guiding transformative investment that balance economic growth with environmental care. By adopting clean technology, RE, green design, and sustainable urban development, I believe cities can not only reduce their environmental impact, but also will enhance economic competitiveness as well as improve the well-being of their residents. Malaysia will be hosting ASEAN 2025 next year, and with the theme of inclusivity and sustainability, the aspiration of green cities everywhere. In this regard, I'm delighted to hear that EDB and SIM, along with other partners, intend to organize a GCAP investment summit in September 2025. We must work hand in hand and leverage on their expertise to expedite the realization of a green and livable cities. Several agencies and NGOs, such as Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation, the WWF Malaysia, Asian Institute of Chartered Bankers, and HRDC can play a significant role in a future enhancing Green City initiative. Again, the Green Investment Summit next year, September 2025, is intended to provide a unique platform for stakeholders to explore high-impact investment opportunities that align with our green city ambitions. The summit is also expected to bring together industry leaders, policymakers, innovators, in order to build partnerships, share success stories, and help drive our sustainable future. Let us harness the momentum during this forum and carry it forward into the Green Investment Summit next year. Together, we can create the cities of tomorrow, which in general are cities that are vibrant, resilient, and sustainable for future generations. Your expertise and commitment are essential as we move towards greener, more inclusive cities that will serve as sustainable models in our region and global. I acknowledge the effort and commitment made during this GCIF 2024 from all parties, especially EDB and SIM. I also would like to reinforce the Ministry of Economic support for GCAP and sustainability initiatives as indicated by the Deputy Secretary General in his keynote address yesterday. We encourage continued collaboration among all stakeholders for green and resilient cities and build our nation toward achieving our sustainability targets. In conclusion, the GCAP serves as a roadmap for cities to navigate the path towards sustainability and resilience. By embracing the principles of the GCAP, cities can create a better future for their residents, promote healthy and sustainable living, and contribute to the global efforts in addressing climate change and environmental challenges. Thank you once again for your time and attention, and I look forward to seeing all of you in September 2025. With that note, terima kasih, thank you, and safe travel back to your home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And terima kasih Yang Berusaha Dr. Muhammad Shaharin bin Omar, the Director of Regional Development Division from the Ministry of Economy Malaysia, for your inspiring words and for your steadfast support of sustainable urban development, and also concluding the forum this evening. And also like to welcome once again Yang Berusaha Dr. Muhammad Shaharin to the stage together with the very important people behind the scenes. Yes, dipersilakan. We'd like to welcome Mr. Antonio Resano, representing the Asian Development Bank, Mr. Amri Bukhairi Bakhtia from IMT-GT Sub-Regional Corporation, Mr. Imani Kumar from ICLEI, and of course, Yang Berbahagia Dato' Insinyur Technologist Dr. Mahdi Muhammad, the Director of IMT-GT Joint Business Council. As well as the Deputy Director of IMT-GT Joint Business Council, Mr. Amzar Azhar. We can take directions from the official cameraman and photographer. We'd also like to welcome Mr. Gary Krishnan from Asia Development Bank, a very popular gentleman indeed. He is like the mayor of ADB, isn't he? Gary. Thank you, gentlemen. You may now alight the stage, and that concludes the Green Cities Investment Forum 2024.
On behalf of the organizers, the Asian Development Bank, the Center for IMT-GT Sub-Regional Cooperation, ICLEI Local Government for Sustainability, IMT-GT Joint Business Council, Malaysia, and our esteemed partners, delegates here today, we thank you for your active participation and invaluable contributions over the past 2 days. We extend an invitation to the upcoming GCAP Investment Summit, GCIS 2025, of course, to be held on September 22 to 26, 2025 here in Kuala Lumpur. It's been a great pleasure and honor, like a sponge and a fly on the wall,
Exactly.
moderating the last 2 days.
Yes.
We thank you all.
And aside from the upcoming GCIS happening in September 2025, we also look forward to the upcoming IMT-GT Business Excellence Awards. This is, of course, by IMT-GT in collaboration with Red Hot Media, which we will notify soon when that will happen.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih, maraming salamat, and have a good evening.
I'm Zamil Idris.
And I'm Jamala Alindogan.
Wishing you safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Take care, everyone, and have a pleasant evening ahead. Do you want me to sing you a song, Gary? Does everyone here want me to sing a song? I don't know whether if